I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
What's up, you gorgeous gamers? It's Chris Puckett, the host of NA Day 2 here. It's a Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to see Call of Duty Mobile with the best teams from North America all battling for their spot in Stage 5. Let's get this party started.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back in. It's Chris Puckett, the host of the show tonight, but I got my good buddies with me. I hold shift. We got Beef Mommy, Bobby Plays in the building, and today is day 2 for NA. Let's start with you, I hold shift. What are we looking forward to most?
Everything, all the time, always. Also, I'm adding on my resume that Chris Puckett just called me one of his best friends. So
true.
That's going to be something I'll live on for the rest of my life. But day 2 of North America, most of our squads have already played 2 matches. A couple have only played 1, though. So this is kind of like moving day for me, Chris. Who's going to be on top? Who needs to do some action to get back into the mix by the end of the day?
Mommy, you have your finger on the pulse of the whole global scene here for Call of Duty Mobile. But as we dial into North America, who do I need to know about?
Man, there's so many names that you need to know about in this region because last year, back in 2022 with the World Championships, we had 2 NA teams for the top 2. So everyone's eyes is definitely here in this region. You got to look at Tribe Gaming. You got to look at Luminosity definitely in their performance here today.
And Bobby, last question for you is who inspired the locks, bro? These are gorgeous. I last saw you in 2021. It's been a minute.
My wife. Shout out Molly.
Shout out Molly.
This is not my decision, but you know what? It works for the time being, so we'll see how long it lasts.
Keep the wife happy.
It may disappear before we're out of Poland, but we'll see.
Well, we are in Poland, and I am here at an ESL studio for the first time in my 20 years of esports history. So I'm so pumped to be here to do it all for Call of Duty Mobile, and we want you all to stay tuned all week. And if you don't already follow us, do it right now on social media. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram, all the usual places. Get there now with the ESL Mobile crew, but that's not it. We're also on Discord. The year is 2023. Bobby is dropping daily memes in this bad boy. Bob, what do we love about Discord? Well, everything, right? But especially the Snapdragon crew.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's always a party in there, so you guys got to join us. You don't want to miss out on the action, and yes, that is definitely your #1 source for all of your favorite Call of Duty Mobile memes.
There you go. And of course, we have a jam-packed day. Let's talk about the format, where we're at in this 5-stage tournament. We're already done with stage 1, 2, and 3, and we're halfway through stage 4 before we end up at that $1.5 million final. We got the Call of Duty World Championships just around the corner. What's on the line tonight here, Alan? How's this all working out?
Yeah, this is actually really cool. I know that this is not unfamiliar at this point because we've seen it for a week, but the fact that we're getting these teams into a more long-form group stage is, I think, huge towards competitive integrity and experience overall for a lot of our players. No longer are we just doing single tournaments that qualifies you for the next single tournament, which could qualify you for a lot of money. So today is a very important day. We're starting to get into the mix of really shaking up these standings for this group stage before we eventually get to that stage 4 playoffs.
Teams like Devious, Simplicity, and Action, they desperately need the win today, especially if they want to finish in your top 3. Because as we look at the prize pool, yes, this event, you've got some serious money up for grabs. But more importantly, if you finish top 3, you're playing at stage 5 with that $1 million prize purse, Beef Mommy.
And the fact that you have that money from stage 3 and now you're boiling it over here in stage 4, no one is going to be leaving empty-handed. Like what you already mentioned, you got to work for those top 3 to just represent NA in the world stage. And for the playoffs, we're going to have it in PAX West. It's going to be LAN, baby.
PAX West, I'm going to be there. We hope to see you all there. Of course, we talked about the format, the prize money, but let's talk about where we're at on the leaderboard. You told me coming in, Luminosity, Tribe Gaming, the teams to watch. Well, currently both of them perfect at 2-0, leading this leaderboard, but you have 3 teams at 1-1 records, and 6 Kings, formerly Risen, and ARP, they've only played 1 match. So today we get to see those teams in their second battle.
Yeah, I think Tribe surprised a lot of people. Even going into that first matchup, me and Schiff figured that they would have some difficulty with Simplicity, but handling things with an easy 3-0 seems those last-second pickups in Robalo and some of the chemistry changes as well have definitely worked out for them. I think ARP, even though they're sitting at 0-1, they gave a really good fight to Luminosity. They are definitely one of the teams to watch today, and they've got a tough opponent to go up against in DICE.
Yeah, going up against DICE, that is going to be a banger matchup. We'll talk about all 4 battles in just a moment, but first, let's catch you up on all of the action you missed. We've got highlights galore, big storylines from our opening day of action. Well, a lot of hype around Luminosity. Did they live up to it?
They absolutely did, and the expectations were that this is now the first time that Luminosity, since entering the COD Mobile scene, could handpick and construct an actual roster, and they did a perfect job of picking up some of the best players from the previous year. I will say, though, not only did Bobby mention that ARP played them close, it maybe wasn't to the level that we were expecting from Luminosity, whereas when we got to the Tribe matchup, they overperformed, I think, to our expectations.
Yeah, and Beef Mommy, I was watching the footage today, rewatching the battle here. Tribe looked like they were able to put everyone just on spawn traps at any time, especially in control. This team was massacring folks.
Oh, yeah, they were so good. Even in the off stream, they actually were able to take it really well up against DICE and Simplicity as well. So this team really overperformed compared to our expectation. And just going back with Luminosity, actually, we were expecting them to the nth level to just perform really well, but they actually took a little bit of time heating up against ARP. So again, it's another team that we kind of have to look for. The fact that ARP was kind of really close when it comes to going up against Luminosity.
Limited is at the bottom of the leaderboard. Devious was able to pick up their W. If you're looking out for Devious today, who are the fans looking at? Which player is the star right now?
I mean, S-Thug is one player that I feel has been incredibly underrated for a while on that roster. And across the board, there's a lot of talent there. You've got Rihan, who was on that team mobility squad that very nearly qualified for Stage 5 last year. I think the big question for them right now is leadership, but their S&D looks really strong, actually taking an S&D off of a strong Simplicity roster, who, by the way, had Jesus Can Save You back in the starting roster.
He's back, baby!
So the fact that they were able to do that with him in the lineup is pretty impressive.
Big name from 2021 making his statement made in 2023. We're hoping to see him back in action today. And let's take a look at the full schedule. Beef Mommy, out of these 4 games, which one are you most excited for here on day 2 of NA?
I already hyped it up a while ago. ARP looking very solid, and yes, they got 3-0'd, but I think after that performance, that should be a pat in the back, and now they're going up against DICE, so that is one matchup that I'm super excited to see, but everyone is actually looking at their eyes on that LG and Devious performance as well.
That is going to be our first battle of the day. I like your call, though, that 5:50 p.m. showdown, DICE versus ARP. Bobby, does Yon get revenge over his former team?
I think they do.
Yeah?
I think ARP get revenge in that one. I think DICE have looked a little bit on the up and down, and I think the loss of Robalo is hurting them more than anybody else. They had their fair share of struggles last week, and I figured going up against, I believe it was Tribe, I thought they would look a little bit stronger, so them already being down the way that they are right now, they need to bounce back, but ARP looked really, really good.
We'll see if they can do it. Same goes for Devious, who is currently 1-1, but they have to take on Luminosity. And Luminosity, well, they've had a star. Vega's been popping off in all 3 game modes, especially that control. Let's talk a little bit about our #1 team right now. They're 2-0. Luminosity is cruising through the NA region. You're taking on Devious today, and if you want your 3rd win in a row, Alan, who are you looking at?
Yeah, I think Vegas is a perfect person to look at first and foremost. Again, there's really, I would say, out of all 5 members, everyone's a good option.
Okay.
I mean, they've got a superstar roster, which leads us to this expectation that they should be the dominant team, not just in North America, but potentially the favorite for champs when we get to Stage 5. Early to tell, though, and I will say in this matchup in particular for this Devious team, I'm not sleeping on them being competitive with Luminosity, and Luminosity has to come out and, for me, prove that they're the #1 team here today, because even though they're flawless, yes, they're still not playing, I think, the cleanest COD considering the staple of their roster.
Let's take a look at some of the stars' numbers here. We talked a little bit with Vague before we get to his interview. We got to show you his statistics. And Beef Mommy, this guy shined in every game mode. What was your favorite game mode to watch him in, though?
Favorite always going to be that hard point, and we already knew him very well. The fact that he is so good at slaying, especially last year in stage 5, but this time around it looks like he's super good at that OBJ as well. He got 2 minutes on the hill and 38 kills in that Summit ARP game, so I'm very, very excited. But another person I'm really looking at, though, for those non-respawn for S&D is actually Washi. He's a big reason why they actually won that Express map up against ARP.
All right, Bobby, we are looking at Luminosity. We're looking at Tribe. NA fan here. Who am I cheering for today?
What are we cheering for? I don't think I'm allowed to say that. We're not allowed to. We're casters. We can't cheer for anybody.
Can't be biased?
I don't. That's what I always thought. I don't know.
Oh, I'm biased.
Luminosity. We want a new champion.
New champion. That's the answer I was hoping for. Chat, let me know if you disagree. Find us on Twitter as well if you missed the start. ESL Mobile is the place to be. I'm at MLG Puckett. These three are going to be casting the games, and we're going to skip the interview with Vague. You know, we didn't even want to talk to him. We're going to let him focus on his cell phone and get ready for this first matchup. I hold shift. You're not casting this battle, so give me the biased breakdown. Devious versus LG, match number 1. What are you looking at here?
I'm looking at a 3-1 LG. I'm going to give Devious a map. I think that this Devious team, we didn't get a chance to see it. They played Simplicity in their off-broadcast match, and the results looked pretty darn close. So I'm not sleeping on this kind of more underdog team of Devious. However, it is Luminosity on the other side. If you are Devious, you're looking at the map 2, the map 5. I think that has to be where you win this series, but that still requires you to win a respawn somewhere, which I just don't know if they can hang with the caliber of opponents as LG's got on their roster.
If you made the mistake and you missed the first day of action, don't worry. I'm going to remind you who is playing on these teams. I want to start with Luminosity Gaming here. The LG boys getting scooped up in COD Mobile, and they have been doing work so far for North America. Tectonic, Bobby, you told me if there is a GOAT of Call of Duty, it might be that guy.
I think that he is. I think he has been on every roster he's ever been on, the best player. And I think when you look at the record that he has and the winnings that he has, that is a pretty significant statement. But you look at the Luminosity roster as a whole, you've got a world champion in Marshy coming off the bench. I think that's all. That tells you all you need to know about how strong this roster is.
Marshy, the 6th man. Will we see him in action today? A lot of people saying probably not. We're going to see, though, what they bring to the table. On the other side of this matchup, though, you have a Devious squad, a team that has ups and downs so far. You beat the lowest seeded team in Limited, but then you fell to Simplicity. Walk me through this 6-man roster.
Well, when it comes to the 6-man roster, the names that we actually want to say, we already mentioned it a while ago. It's going to be S-Thug. Definitely really underrated when it comes to those slaying power. He definitely was a big reason as to why they had a pretty good control game back into that limited game that they had in day number 1. So that one person, but honestly, Rehan is another person that we need to look at when it comes to this Devious squad because they seemed phenomenal in that S&D. So like what Shift already mentioned, it's that 2 and 5 that they need to focus up on.
Devious looking to get their second win. Luminosity already sitting at 2-0. Let's talk about the keys to victory, the path to victory for each of these teams. And I want to start with you, Bobby Plays. If you're going to give some old man wizardly advice to these young men, what do you want to see from them today?
I'm not that old.
28, bro. You're an ancient man.
All right. Well, if you're Devious, I think you obviously got to focus on the search and destroy. You've seen that's your strong suit so far. Map pick's going to play a crucial role in this one, but I think regardless of what the picks are, Devious have got to look to take the search and destroys, and then naturally the swing mode probably going to end up being control, Luminosity. I think across the board, more slaying power than just about any team in North America, maybe in the world. It's going to be really tough to take a hard point on them, and you're going to have to do it in the S&D and the control.
All right, S&D and control going to be the keys to victory. If you're Luminosity, what is your path to victory, Beef Mommy?
Well, for the side of Luminosity, I think they just need to focus up because like what we mentioned already a while ago, it took a while for them to kind of heat up against ARP. And if Devious actually did their homework last week, they could probably find the reasons why they were actually finally able to get those points down into those later games. So like we keep saying, it really is that S&D that is important for Devious, and for Luminosity needs to find that stability when it comes to those mid-game engagements.
Prove that you're the best team in North America. That's what I want to hear from Luminosity today, or see from them today. Can you show us you've got what it takes to go the distance? Alan, let's talk a little bit about map vetoes here. It's a little different here in COD Mobile, so break it down for me. How's the system work, and what do you think is the key?
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, and this might be better for newer viewers, that you cannot play the same map on multiple modes, so there's different unique map pools for each of the 3 modes that we have. But as we're taking a look, it's an Apocalypse and Hacienda to start things off. The Apocalypse has not been played particularly much by a lot of teams so far throughout this stage, so that's an interesting place to kind of start the series.
Okay.
But I'm also looking at that Tunisia, because if I remember correctly, the Tunisia that we saw last week was a really solid one for LG. That was, they beat Limited there 7-2 as kind of like the DoorDash challenge. They ran through them really quick. So that's, I think, the first and most formidable thing for this Devious squad is you got to find a way to beat LG on one of what apparently seems to be one of their best search and destroy maps.
And of course, search and destroy a little bit different here in COD M. A lot of viewers coming over from the Call of Duty League. Break it down for me, Bobby. What are they going to be seeing here in S&D? It's going to be hitting us for maps 2 and 5.
Well, first off, you got offense on one side all the way through to half, then defense on the other side all the way through. After that, you've got 1st to 7 rather than 6, and you've also got overtime if it is both teams within 1 round. So you can potentially go up to 20 rounds of overtime. Most people don't know that. It's never happened on the big stage.
That's the max, though.
Yeah, 20. Well, not like 20 between the two. It's like one team gets to 20. So
we're going to be there in an hour.
It could go really long. Hopefully it does. I mean, honestly, I kind of hope it.
Yeah, I want to see one before this is done. I'm here for it. Yeah, we're locked into Poland for another 10 days minimum, so let's go the distance here. It is going to be a blast. That is your first matchup, Luminosity taking on Devious. Beef Mommy, as you take a look at the maps, do you still feel Luminosity is the favorite here?
Yeah. Because for S&D, the fact that Meltdown was banned, and that was the map that we saw Devious take up against Simplicity in a 9-7 fashion. So I feel like that is probably one of the smartest bans that you can do. I'm assuming that is going to be the ban of Luminosity. And also when it comes to Raid as well, I feel like that map pick of control in Raid definitely favors Luminosity more because they're just so strong in that map.
Luminosity is ready to take the stage, so let you two make your way over to the desk. It is time to get this party started. Match 1 of 4 kicking off live here as we go into the NA battles. Bobby and Beef Mommy taking the stage. Alan, any final thoughts on this fight?
Tough one for Devious, flat out. LG's looking like the best team in the game. Time for them to prove it, though. That's what we keep saying.
All right, Beef Mommy. Bobby plays. Show is yours.
I'm old, apparently.
I was about to say I heard your bones creaking all the way up to walking over here,
buddy.
old man.
How dare you? Unbelievable. I came all the way to Poland just to get called old.
And I got the gray hair. I'm calling you old.
I do too. You just can't see it
yeah.
because, you know, the makeup crew.
Did such an amazing job with his hair.
All right. Well, this is shaping up to be a matchup that, heading into this, like, you look at the two names, and I think most people probably didn't expect really big things out of it. But this is a Devious squad that I think, to me, is somewhat similar to the Panic squad that we see over in Europe, where they've got a lot of talent, but not a ton of leadership. But I think they're capable of doing really, really big things, and especially given the fact that they've solidified their position a lot with that search and destroy over Simplicity last week. That means at the bare minimum, they're making those improvements, and hopefully they've been making the improvements on other maps and modes as well. Obviously, this Luminosity team is an absolute giant to go up against, but I'm really hoping that they are up to the task today.
And it really is impressive for a team like Luminosity to just have such a perfect, clean record. And that's what we like to see from a team that we are expecting 3 world champions. And honestly, the leadership you actually mentioned is pretty important when it comes to this game mode, because Apocalypse is a map that these teams don't really play as much. Usually this is going to be banned. So let's see who are going to be your IGLs. And when it comes to hardpoint, you definitely need to have that rhythm.
I'm assuming this is an LG map pick because Devious takes strong side off the start. We'll see what they can make of it. Band wins the opening gunfight there on the top side. Scott looking to lock down that top anchor position. And it looks like just like that, Luminosity has flipped the spawns. That is not the start that you're looking for if you're Devious. And, I mean, with that flip going in almost instantaneously, we may be in for a rough one. Tectonic just making sure nobody finds their way through the bottom side right here. Rihan up above, trying to get Ban cleared out. Not going to be able to quite take him down. Devious do find some amount of time right here, but focus has got to be toward P2, and right now Luminosity are set up perfectly for it.
What you said, set up already good for Luminosity, not just for the points down here in P1, which Devious is going to be getting majority of the scrap points, but Luminosity is going more for the spawns. But as we do get to see Luminosity actually leaving that spawn point, but they are still going to be spawning off into the more favorable side. That's going to be Temple, and that's player number 2, Tectonic. So far, so good for him, 5 kills.
It is very, very yellow in the feed, despite Luminosity being naturally blue. S-Thug's gonna pop out, looking for eyes onto the high ground area right there, but it's Tectonic anchoring things in the back. Smokes go across, might be able to cut off some vision and give an opportunity to push on in. Nice shots out of S-Thug right there, and now the pressure has been applied, and they find the break on the spawns. Devious make their way through the top side. Envy's gonna be able to find one on the backside. Full push doesn't go through, but the spawns are still locked in right here for Devious, as they're going to be able to at least contest on this hardpoint time, and now applying the pinch as well. 2 players making their way through that entry. It is going to be LG getting the better of the kills. Right now, Devious got to find a way to capitalize on these spawns.
They need to win those gunfights. Yes, they were able to get those spawns, but the fact that Luminosity was able to infiltrate it, even though they were able to go for that pinch, it still mattered the fact that they won the gunfight outside and still getting majority of the points down here in P2. Now, the battle for next is going to ensue. We see 2 Devious players. That's 1 and 3, Zulf and Rihan trying to win those gunfights. So far, they do, but Luminosity still having the more favorable spawn up top.
It is Scott maintaining that high ground position, trying to cut off rotations, but Rihan gets shut down. That's 3 in the feed for LG, and now Zulf is forced to go big with Purifier in hand. He can't get a single kill right there. It's 2 red on the backside, looking to flip out the spawns. Vague locking down things on the backside. Only 5 seconds in the hard point so far, but he's doing the dirty work and making sure nobody has easy entry here. Rihan up above, gonna be able to find one. Bit of a streaky player, but when he is on, he is difficult to stop. And right now when he needs to go big, unfortunately for him, Vague, Purifier in hand, is gonna find 2 before he gets shut down.
Man, I actually saw that 2red tried to go in for that top spawn, but unfortunately he did just go off a little bit, tried to go in for the hunt, and now you get to see the points slowly going in between them, just going wider and wider. Luminosity, 97, and for Devious, 27. They need to catch up, but looking at the setup right now, Luminosity Gaming, they have spawned down. Not only that, but defense for objective as well.
Yep, LG is going to keep those spawns locked. It's going to be Tectonic in the back, anchoring as usual. Couple of the opening gunfights do go the way of Devious. Rihan going to pop the Annihilator as he looks to break through, but he gets shut down. Envy not making life easy for anybody that wants to make their way towards Tectonic. But it looks like the spawns are going to flip, and Devious once again have an opportunity. But they saw that on P2 as well and really weren't able to capitalize on it at all. S-Thug comes through. Sparrow not going to find anything. Washing's got to be dealt with. Does indeed before he finds 2 more to take down. And right now the operators are not getting a whole lot of value for Devious. They do, however, find a way back into the hard point.
Finally, a break coming in from Devious, and even though that we saw Washi trying to stop that Sparrow with Annihilator, still was able to go and infiltrate it. But just as that though, Luminosity actually able to get the scrap points down. It is still a back and forth. Both of these teams, no contest whatsoever into that scrap of that last point. And now for Devious, they're finally going for that early setup back in P1. And this is a point where they could actually get a lot of these kills. They're going to be going in there 1v1s, trying to be one here. So far, only that one player that's going to be banned, unfortunately, goes down for that setup here in P1.
Right now, if you're Devious, you just got to find a way to get any amount of time you can. Players flip across the map, though. And even with 1 player anchoring in the back, LG lose the spawns off of that. So a perfect turn for Devious as they now have an opportunity not only to pick up the hard point time, but they should have a solid setup heading over toward P2. Luminosity get players in the objective for the time being. It's going to be banned there, and the reinforcements arrive. S-Thug looking to clear things out, and that's a solid feed for Devious. S-Thug takes down another 15 kills to his name right now as Devious start to close this gap, and like we talked about previously, do find a way to flip out the spawns and get that set up for Nuke.
And now they're going to be having a pretty good setup, not just that, the scrap point as well, but it is going to be an open hard point, so 5 seconds kind of going to waste. As Rihan, possibly to get those two, still going to be essential because it could be a close game. If we see Devious playing it right, they still have that favorable spawn, but like what you mentioned already before, back in that first rotation, they kind of lost out when it comes to that objective time, even though they had the more favorable spawns at this point. But we do get to see that the War Machine being brought up by Devious, trying to go in there more for that defense.
Red just staying on the objective for as long as he possibly can. Vague trying to shoot his elbow is going to be able to find him. Devious keep the spawns locked, but LG breaks through anyway. S-Thug tries to pop the Sparrow, doesn't take a shot, but loses it off of that. And LG find a way to break in through the front right here. Red there to contest. Able to take down one, but Ban's not letting go that easily. It's absolute chaos on the inside of the hard point. Vague's taking down as many as he possibly can, and Luminosity find a way to flip out the spawns to potentially find those last 20 seconds of scrap time.
You know, one thing I actually noticed about this hardpoint game is that there's a lot of just empty hardpoints. Like right now, no one's actually touching the hill, and Luminosity Gaming finally gets the scrap points, and now the rotation for next is going to be there. Rotational gunfights being won by Washi, and he's going to be set up. Annihilator in hand again, and it's the third time he's actually going to be getting that. So far, though, it's still going to be yellow here for Luminosity, but an essential gunfight being won by Rihan. Possibility to get those back spawns, but unfortunately for him, 2 players from Luminosity is going to be spawning on top of him.
Right now, Luminosity building back on that lead. It looked like Devious were going to find a way to sneak back in. Ban sitting on 25 right now, being the Slayer that he has proved so many times before that he is. But right now, Envy not going to be able to break through on the front side. Couple solid kills go through for Devious. Zolf popping the Purifier. He's got to find a way to go big. They need a couple of solid 40-plus point kills to find a way back into this one, but S-Thug gets shut down. Ban is going to lose his claw right there. And that Purifier for Zolf could end up being a crucial one as they keep things cleared out. Rihan gets back into the objective, and right now, they're doing a solid job of finding the bigger chunks on these hard points.
You did mention that Rihan is a Streaku player, but if he's on, he's on. It looks like in this game, he is actually on it. He was able to win those gunfights like what I mentioned a while ago. He was able to get rid of one player and give that information to his team and also dictate the spawns. And that also allows them to have the more favorable spawn here for P4. They also have 2 players there as well. And we see Red going in there for the hunt, gets those kills down. And so far, Luminosity trying to figure out some kind of map control at this point.
S-Thug anchoring those spawns right there, and he's going to put Devious in a spot to succeed on P4 right now. Tectonic going to look to peek up and over, but the shots are too clean, and S-Thug leading the way. Rihan's going to be able to do some damage. Does get taken down, but it looks like the trades are going to be there. Tectonic doing everything he can. But once again, going to have a completely unoccupied hard point. Red on a 6 spree before he gets taken down. And he had a couple crucial kills on the entry into that hard point. It looks like it's going to be the Devious boys locking in the kills once again. And Luminosity only leading by 60 points right now. Devious have found a way to stick in this one.
The setup for Luminosity for next is going to be there. They're probably going to try that one last effort to try and push for that scrap points. There's only one person right there, Envy, trying to get rid of all the players just to make it into an empty hard point, but not able to get those gunfights down, as there's only just a couple players from Luminosity trying to go in there for that next hill, but they are winning a lot of the gunfight.
Spawns flip. Luminosity doesn't have anybody anchored deep enough, and just like that, Devious are in position to take that high ground, and I don't think anybody for Luminosity has realized all of a sudden they're getting taken down from behind. All the high ground control, the spawn control has gone in for Devious, and a massive mistake for LG not leaving anybody deep in that spawn. They give it up on the Temple's side, and just like that, Devious are finding the hard point time, and it looks like they're going to have another solid setup toward P2 as well.
Luminosity, you need to find a way to pick that up because Devious, with 20 seconds, probably going to be getting majority of the points down, but we do get to see rotation from Luminosity Gaming inside of the next point as they're trying to win those gunfights. It's going to be 10 seconds left here for the scrap time for Luminosity. They still get that, but the setup for Devious is going to be really good for next.
Huge gunfights up in top temple right now. 2Red's gonna go ahead and leak out right there. See if he can catch anybody out of position, but banned with the Fennec in hand, gonna shut down 2, and LG's gonna be forced on the front break again. Claw's gonna pop, and he's gonna look to spawn trap from this direction. Now Scott, the only player in position to take him down right here, but he's gonna be able to find 2 and should be able to keep that. No, the spawns aren't anchored. LG players are spawning around him anyway, and it looks like they're now gonna have the opportunity to close this one out.
Just like that, turning things around, Luminosity kept it a little bit close, but they're going to be set up. I feel like that claw from Ban definitely was able to get a lot of those Devious players out of that spawn, and the fact that everyone else was spawning in that temple side definitely gave them a little bit more of an advantage. Washi using the Annihilator, trying to get rid of the Devious players from far away, and now with just 1 second left, there's just no way but signs of life from Devious. I think those mistakes from Luminosity could have been really bad for them.
Yeah, that looked very, very shaky. So many spawn flips that realistically should not have happened at all. And for a team that we widely consider to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, hardpoint teams in all of North America, that looked shaky at the very best. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that was Luminosity's map pick as well, given the fact that Devious started with strong side. So despite the fact that Luminosity was able to flip those spawns right off the bat heading into the game, Devious did a phenomenal job of bouncing back in that one. And that was quite a performance out of them. Obviously, the slaying power really shone through when Luminosity find multiple ways to break in through the front side on P2. But whew, definitely a lot of points of improvement for them.
I mean, one thing that we mentioned with Luminosity Gaming, and this kind of fell through back in their game versus ARP, is that they were so slow to start. There were some mistakes, and they were able to make those mid-map adjustments, and we kind of saw it over here. And for Devious, I think it's just a matter of they always kept getting outgunned when it comes to those operators. I think Tribe did the same thing back in their game, but for Luminosity, I think they just played their score streaks and their operators a little bit better compared to Devious.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of missed opportunities on the score streaks for Devious, and I think that's ultimately what came back to bite them. But, I mean, you look at Zulf goes -17. Obviously, that's your main OBJ guy, and he's going to have the bulk of the gunfights in tough positions. But the fact that you don't have really anybody going super positive and you're still going toe-to-toe with one of the top hardpoint teams in the world is incredibly impressive. Obviously, huge performance out of Band. He really stepped up. We've known him as a player that really tends to step up in major events. And I felt like last week he didn't really have his best performance, but he was absolutely going in on that one. And I think ultimately made the play that shut down the game earlier than we expected that it would.
Yeah, that claw that he brought out in that P2 hill, that was really good. And everyone else was actually spawning in that one last Devious player. Unfortunately for him, could not deal with the damage that Luminosity had done. And now we're moving on to that Search and Destroy, where we did say that is a must-win for Devious. And it is going to be really impressive if the fact that they were able to pull out a map up against Simplicity. It was really close though, but it was Meltdown, which is now banned into that Search and Destroy map pool.
Yep. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Obviously, we've seen Luminosity dominate on this map many times before, so it's a tough task ahead of this Devious squad. We'll see what type of looks we're going to see here on the offensive side. It looks like it's going to be an aggressive push on over the B side. Tectonic, if I had to guess, probably going to be rocking a sniper. It's a role that we've seen him push more into recently. Going to miss 2 of those opening shots. Definitely a big missed opportunity for him, but he's going to take one with him on the way out.
One exit frag from him. And just allows a lot of these players from LG to reposition themselves. And Devious, I mean, for Zulf, you're not supposed to go in there for the kill because you're not going to be in a really good and favorable spot, though. It's going to be a perfect game so far for Luminosity. Rehan going to be taking those shots, and a perfect play coming in from LG. And that first opening pick from Tech definitely was impressive for him. Knows very well that he needs to back away from a situation and wait for the rest of his teammates. So that is one opener. First blood for Tech.
Defend the objectives.
Well, right now, Rihan, I think, is going to be a player that we need to watch for Devious. We've talked about his streakiness in the past. Has the potential to be a phenomenal sniper, but it's a question of if the shots are landing. Zolf going to pay at the hands of Tectonic once again. He finds kill number 2 right there. Missed opportunity for both players, and looks like, at least off the start, Snipes maybe not fully locked in for Rihan.
Tech spots one more player. And now the rest of Luminosity going in there for that rotation. They're going to be a little bit slow, though. They're going to try to put that pressure off the flank, though. That's going to be vague, but changes his mind and goes for that mid presence instead. And now the pinch finally comes through. Ban gets 2. Big kills from him. And now LG is just going on a trip here. Looking so good in Tunisia. And it's always that first opener from Tech that just allows Luminosity to just have so much space here in B.
This has been an insanely predictable approach that we've seen out of Devious, full sending on the B site both times and allowing LG that easy pinch from the mid entry. Right now, Rihan on the flank, trying to catch somebody out of position. More than likely will get spotted out by Envy right here as he looks for the information and timing doesn't go his way. Envy takes him down. Devious have yet to find a kill on this map.
Oh my goodness, and Vague has 0, because everyone else in his teammates are going to be there for the kill. The moment he gets there, the round is done. And now for Devious, you need to find a way to go more for a 3D push, because that 3-dimensional push is just not right there. They need to find that information first, but Luminosity reads it so well, heavily stacks that alpha flag. Not just that, Tectonic in there for that early rotation. 2 red though, possibility to get that first kill. There you go, gets it.
2 down for each team. 2 red looking to make the push on in. Washi's going to drop right there. He's panicking a little bit, just trying to find those remaining Luminosity players. Tectonic right around the corner. And Scott should be in prime position to have shots on to Ban, but he's going to retreat. It looks like the LG players are fairly content to allow them some map control right here and maybe see if they can get the bomb down. It's going to be Ban peeking across, but 2 red makes him pay. That is not a turn you will see against Ban too terribly often, and now all down to Tectonic in the 1v2.
Tech going in for that long wraparound here through the flank. And now he does only have the Locust in hand, so he can go in for the pick as the bomb is going to go down. Spots that leg! Not quite getting the shots down, but Trigger discipline. Unfortunately, he doesn't really take those shots down. They still don't know where he is. I'm actually kind of confused as to why they didn't really hear it, but he goes in for Winery instead. And now this is going to be a really difficult situation for Tectonic for a sniper in this particular angle.
Got to take down Scott first. Spots him out right there. Beautiful shot. 2 red still tucked underneath. Peeks around the corner, and it's too easy for Tectonic. Makes the 1v2 look like nothing, and another round through for Luminosity.
I take it back. It's not that hard of an angle, apparently, for a guy like this. And my goodness, Luminosity just looks so alive in this S&D, especially with Tech just winning those essential gunfights. Washi as well, having a 4. So everyone is having a really good time. Bake still has to find a kill, though. But Devious looking like they're very shaky, even though they did have that numbers advantage. Full push going in from A, but Luminosity is going to be heavily defending that.
Big push up into Winery side. This could be risky. If they push out in time, Smoke should have them covered, but they wait a little bit too long. Washi's able to make him pay, but 2 red finds his way on through, takes down 2 before 2 go the way of Luminosity. Rihan still looking for that first kill. Knows Vague is weak. Should be an easy kill, and it is. He's going to lurk down to the bottom side, but Envy catches him off guard, and now Scott knows this is not the time to get the bomb down. In a 1v2 right here. Trying to find info onto one of these remaining Luminosity players, but Tectonic lurked all the way up. Does spot him out right there, but Envy's there for the trade.
Something with Devious is that sometimes they need to put the brakes, because if you're just going to be attacking there, you're going to be punished by Luminosity over and over again. And even though they had kind of an equal amount of people, it was a 2v2, but they still wanted to go for that alpha push instead, knowing very well that the majority of the Luminosity guys are actually going to be right there into those corners of alpha. And now a mid push, though, a different play coming in from Devious, but again, well read by Luminosity.
Right now, for Devious, we got to see more consistency, and it's just not there. The opening plays are not succeeding at all. And they get picked off the start once again. Zolf, S-Thug still sitting on goose eggs. Washi. Shots on the Rihan are clean as can be. Tectonic is going to get spotted out right there, but that should be all the information that the remaining Luminosity players need to go ahead and collapse onto this B side. Bomb has been picked up by Scott. Trying to make a 1v5 out of this. And Ban's going to make a little audio around the corner. Might be able to be readable, but Envy is there. No real chance. And now Luminosity only 2 rounds away from a 7-0.
Man, I mean, with Luminosity, they're just so good when it comes to the attack and the fact that they're doing well in defense as well. And that really just says a lot about them, especially knowing that they're going to be on the attacking round very soon. So now we're going up against Devious, where they still have a goose egg. Rehan just not making those shots connect as Washi gets those picks.
It's just been a rough showing for Rehan, for S-Thug, for Zulf. They have not had a fun go of it, and Luminosity have had the reads at every turn possible. Maybe switching over to the defensive side, a little bit more success to be found. Scott's going to go ahead and lurk around right here. Vague should be able to make that read. Nothing really happening over here on the A site, and that's going to be Vague finding the pick onto Scott. As expected, 2 red. S-Thug trying to make something out of nothing. S-Thug finally finds his first kill of the game, but still much more work to be done with 4 Luminosity players remaining.
Washi goes down. Now that's good. Brings it down to a 2v3, but the bomb is going to be down in such a bad spot. And now for Luminosity, they are just guarding it with their life. And one player coming from Devious, though, that's S-Thug, needs to go and rotate with his teammates. And they need all the manpower they can get because it's still man advantage coming in from Luminosity. And now for 2 red, he's going to be sliding on over. He needs to go and wait for the rest of, well, just S-Thug here. Especially knowing that Luminosity know where the bomb is.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how long they're going to look to play this split. 2 red's going to be able to spot out 1, though. Beautiful movement. Does get traded out. S-Thug doesn't take the shot in time, and now in the 1v2, Vague right behind the wall is going to be able to make him pay. Luminosity 1 round away from shutting this down in what we expected to be the strong mode for this Devious squad. Zulf still looking to pick up that first kill.
I mean, Devious could potentially have won that round if they just stuck together, but S-Thug was just a little bit too slow when it comes to that rotation, and now we are going to be seeing a flip right now. Attacking side going in for Luminosity, a side that they're more comfortable with. Same with Devious, they're a little bit more of a defensive team. And now they're going to be applying that pressure. S-Thug gets spotted. Vague gets that first blood. Tectonic gets a kill of his own. A 3v5 situation.
And Devious have just not known at all what they need to do to counter either on the offense or the defensive side. You can see them collapsing right now. 2 red doing everything that he can. He's got 8 kills, but right now the 3 remaining players looking to counter, and Vague makes the read. That should be another 2-piece for him. And now all down to Scott. He gets shut down by Washi. And despite this Devious squad taking a search and destroy off of Simplicity, a team that's widely regarded as top 3 in North America, they did not have an answer for Luminosity here in the search and destroy, and that is a Luminosity team that came out with something to prove.
And that's us trying to hype up Devious, saying that S&D is their stronger type of game mode, but now it looks like with Luminosity they're just so comfortable, and whatever blip that they had in that hard point was just forgotten here in this S&D. They look so good. Tectonic was opening things up for Luminosity on that defense. He was stopping that push, playing his life so well. I'm interested to see once we do get to have the stats on the screen how many deaths he actually had. Oh, there you go.
No deaths on the S&D board, unfortunately.
Right.
I mean, Devious was just getting cooked. 2 red actually looked really solid. He was making some big plays for his squad, but it was not enough to muster a single round as Luminosity consistency across the board take the search and destroy 7-0. And that is going to be a tough one to bounce back from heading into the control.
Zulf having 0 kills is definitely, that is just crazy to me. All 7 rounds and just nothing. And the fact that S-Thug, a person that we were definitely kind of prepping here, and also Rehan to step it up. And now this is where we mentioned that this player is definitely going to be streaky. Looks like he was pretty solid in that hard point. He did everything that he could. I feel like that was a little bit closer when it comes to the matchup, but here for S&D, it's night and day.
And I think a lot of it does come down to map picks and preparation. This is a map that Luminosity have specialized in for a long time. We've seen that in the smaller tournaments they play, this is usually one of their grand finals maps. And I think a lot of teams are going to have to start vetoing it, even if there's other maps going up against Luminosity that they might not feel as comfortable on. You just can't give one over to them that they look that solid on. And literally there was not a single point in that match. Maybe when Tectonic was in the 1v2, but he just handled that so easily once again that just makes you wonder, is anybody going to have really any chance of taking one of those two niches off of Luminosity?
And now for Luminosity, we are up 2-0, and we did mention that Control is going to be that swing mode, but for LG, they do so well here in Raid. For Devious, they did lose this 2-3, so it's not looking good for them. That was up against Simplicity, and now it was a shaky S&D. This is the time that they should probably go and bounce back, but like what you mentioned already, Bobby, we need to see Devious step it up. I mean, you're always going to be seeing these weird maps always being picked by these teams, and now for Devious, this is their lifeline.
We'll see. Luminosity starting on the defense, so once again, probably a less than ideal situation for Devious. It's going to be 2Red opening things up. 1-for-1 off the start. Devious gets some strong mid-map control, should be able to flood through toward Kitchen if they look to make that move. Tectonic is there, though, watching across that money room window. And I can't believe that anybody would intentionally opt to challenge Tectonic off of that head glitch.
And after Luminosity, going in for top laundry control, where Devious trying to find that first tick of progress, but they do need to worry about Ban going in from Zigzag, and loses that gunfight though. That's a good kind of gunfight being run by 2Red, and he's been stepping it up today. Big though tries to go in there and tries to form a kind of line for Luminosity. It just allows them to march into this ringside.
Rihan's gonna be able to take down one before getting traded out. Washi shut down right there, and the offense looking pretty solid for Devious right here. Luminosity gonna opt to give them full B control, but you gotta deal with Vague here in the mid map. Seems like 2Red has some type of an idea where he is. Washi's taken down. Vague spotted out as well. Now a 4-life lead here for Devious as they start to make their way over toward the A side of the map. And with players flooding through top laundry right now, they've got some solid map control to make it happen.
And now these two players from Luminosity needs to find a way to stop the push, possibly from Devious for that spawn trap, but they're going in for more of that kitchen control. Ban finally gets his first kill, and now Zulf able to get that control, and everyone else from Devious trying to go in there for that spawn trap, but there's only just one player left to try and get that. That's Scott going in there for the UL, but unfortunately loses that gunfight.
Rihan spots one round the doorway, very nearly loses it. S-Thug is there. Clean teamwork out of this Devious squad. And a convincing start to this control right here as they don't have any need to play the objective. You play the TDM. That's what the game is giving you right now, sitting up 7 lives. This is exactly the start they were looking for, but you can't afford to get careless with your lives. A couple go through for Luminosity right there, and they're starting to pick things up. They've only got 5 lives remaining if you're Devious. You cannot play into their game plan, and you got to find a way to sniff out these players before the clock runs down.
Devious need to find a way to get rid of Tectonic. He's been sitting here in bedroom for the longest time, and that's why Devious was actually getting majority of the gunfight, because it's basically a 4v5 on the right side of map. Tectonic was always on that left side, trying to go in for the spawn trap, but unfortunately he did not get any of those. And now, one player from Devious, that's Scott, just sitting right below this man, and he's still alive.
And Devious just keep challenging these bad gunfights. All of a sudden, the life lead has disappeared. S-Thug's going to be able to find one for the top side, and those could be enough to win it right here. Washi's there to contest if he needs to. Spots him out. 2Red's going to be forced on through. Tectonic still top laundry, or rather top modern, but Zulf knows exactly where he is. Nade goes up into the top side, and he's not going to be in position to contest. Has to make a miracle play. He opts to use the War Machine right here. Takes down one, but he's still got to get the objective cleared, and that's the last shot. The War Machine forced to push out now. Zulf with the opportunity to win out the round, and he's just looking to play time. Tectonic puts himself in a nasty spot, and Zulf gets away with his life. That should be enough for Devious to take the round, but Tech's there. Might be able to make it happen, but Zulf finds the kill.
Oh my god! Tectonic almost clutches out 1v3! My goodness, this guy, he is just so good when it comes to playing his life. We mentioned that already a while ago in that S&D. And now applying that pressure, knowing very well who to put up his attention to. And now, Luminosity going in for the attacking side. 2 red wins an essential gunfight here in mid that allows them to have a clear line of sight here in through Zigzag. And now he's going to be going in there.
Well, Devious get all the gunfights off the start. Heavy investment on the operator. Zolf pops his Purifier. Rihan pops an Annihilator. They're looking to set up the spawn trap here. 2 red's going to be able to spot out one, but really no value found out of either of those operators. And LG do a fantastic job of sitting back and letting that utility go to waste. Obviously, you lose that War Machine that Tectonic opted to use, but now they're starting to bounce back. Envy sends out the Gravity Vortex. No kills yet to be found, but you play distraction and they keep the life lead even.
Now for Devious, you had a phenomenal first round, and now it's time for you to even the lives, and it is pretty even. 22 and 23 is going to be your score line, but Tech getting that beautiful double. And now so far, the gunfight being won by Tectonic yet again here, trying to solo hold that A, and also allowing Ban to try and get that control in mid as well. Rihan needs to make this big play up against Tectonic.
Envy spots Rihan on the cross through. Tech not in position to take him down. So Devious left with a tough task with 1:40 left and fairly even lives. Can they hold the B side? Estha gets a couple there with the Sparrow in hand. Envy not going to be able to find the wall bang. Luminosity look to wrap around and see if they can find some map control right here. Looking to push through mid steps. They may actually make a push up through spawn, and that's 5 players. Not a fun spot for 2 red to be, but he gets some crucial information now, knowing exactly where Luminosity's coming from, and they are dead set on making their way through spawn on this push. And the longer you go, the easier it makes for Devious to counter, and they find 3 in a row in the feed.
And now for Devious, they have no answer whatsoever coming in from the back of the map. Okay, and now Rihan try to go in for more of that top laundry control. Has to worry about 2 players that will try to go in there. 12 and 13 is going to be the life count. 50 seconds for Luminosity to step on this B flag. So far though, they're losing the engagements. 2 down in gallery, 1 down in top laundry. And now for Luminosity, you already were able to get that A flag, the harder flag to get, but Bravo is supposed to be the easier one. And now 2 red. Gonna apply that pressure here in through mid, and he's been so devious here in this part of the map.
I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is here for LG. They want so badly to force through that spawn side, but they haven't been able to get anything out of it. Vague's gonna get shut down in the mid map, and now Luminosity find themselves down in lives again. Couple kills do come through. Only down 2, but you only have 12 seconds to make a push. You're now forced into a tough spot. You got to take the gunfights one at a time, and they do end up getting the majority, making their way onto the objective. There's only 2 lives remaining. And these remaining players, Envy and Vague, have now got to win every single remaining gunfight, but Vague spotted out, and it's a 1v3 once again for Luminosity, this time for Envy, and he gets shut down.
Devious signs of life. They're playing their lives very well here. And now a misplay coming in from LG. It's just like they're splitting up into, like, they're honestly single filing into that Bravo side, the Bravo flag. You're trying for, 2 pushes going in from, basically they did not have any kind of mid-map presence whatsoever. And it was always 2 red winning those. And now Zolf, with a Purifier in hand, tries to spot a lot of these players down, but Envy spams the LK-24.
I know there has to be some reasoning for the way that LG played it, but I'm going to have to ask them in an interview afterwards, because I can't think of a single reason they continue to send players through spawn just to get nothing out of it. They use so much time, they use so many lives, and they absolutely paid. Fortunately, they're able to bounce back right here. They find a 7 life lead early on, and Devious have shown no signs of control over toward those objectives. Couple trades do go through. Zolf looking to make his way onto the objective. Scott hasn't had himself the best game so far, but they sit up 2-0. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Finally making their way on to B, 2 players there to stack it. Scott gets spotted out on the outskirts right there. What, Scott? Why are we challing that? We're 25 HP. You know Envy knows where you are. Don't chal, don't peek. Those are the mistakes that could potentially allow Luminosity back into this game.
Biggest life lead so far in the entire game, and it's honestly, even the fact that 2Red is losing a lot of the gunfights here in mid. And so far, LG does have a solid hold here, and we do get to see that they always there for that spawn trap and kind of just dictating where the spawns are going to be. He does get spotted, though. And now, for LG, they do have pretty solid map control at the moment.
As Thug spots him out inside money, takes down Band as well. The round's not quite over, but with that kill from Washi, it very well may be. Definitely a winnable one for him right there. It is Devious hopping the objective, this time over on the ace side. It's only 10 seconds to work with. You cannot afford to hop off. Rihan looking to play distraction from the inside of Kitchen. 2Red wins a big gunfight, but trades are there for Luminosity once again. And assuming we don't see an absolute disaster class on the backside of this one, should be a winnable round for Luminosity as they look to bounce back.
Envy in a good spot to take rid of Zolf, but he does go away with his life. Going to be greeted by one more player. He still wins it. Tectonic goes down. Mid-map pressure coming from Devious. 5 and 12, and not just that, make it a 4 as Ban does get another one. Need to go in for the objective in Alpha, but they do not have the numbers to go up against Luminosity right now. So that early aggression coming in from LG definitely paid off here in this round.
Definitely does feel like the momentum is building, and I think especially coming off those 2 rounds that were absolutely winnable rounds for LG. I think they see some of their mistakes, find a way to bounce back off of it. Right now, it's only Scott left. He's in a 1v9. LG should be able to find this kill easily. And Ban lurking, good timing for him. Luminosity takes the round. They need 2 more in a row. And we'll see what the utility is looking like right here, as it looks like Devious have saved up 3 operators. It was the offense where they struck first, so we'll see if they look to make that happen as they hop on over the defensive side with some pretty heavy utility available.
Operators looking pretty even from both teams right now as Washi brings out the Annihilator from far, far away. Not able to get those kills more, but everyone else from LG actually winning these gunfights right now, coming in for Bravo. So far, though, Devious looking like they're having a hard time not winning a lot of these gunfights, and so far, they need to stop pushing in one by one, but also they need to stop that push coming from these 2 players from Luminosity. That's player 1, Band, and also Vague, trying to go in for that spawn trap.
There has been no operator investment. Band's going to go ahead and pop his claw, taken down. To be honest, the operators for Luminosity weren't the worst thing in the world that you had to endure, but you got to figure out what portion you're going to try to play and see if you can capitalize to take a round. And seems like Devious don't feel super confident in their defensive side. They sit down 8 lives right here. Envy with a Gravity Vortex trying to spot 1. Seems like Zolf just straight up missed the shoot button right there. S-Thug finally going to find some value off the Sparrow. And they've got, including the one that's currently popped, all 5 operators charged up and ready to go. Seems like they're looking to invest right here. Big question is, will the rest of the team commit to it? And if LG can get this pressure back towards spawn, it could be lives disappearing quickly for Devious, but 3 in the feed alleviate some of that pressure.
I'm not a big fan of the operator usage right now from Rihan because I feel like the lives are, you know, a little bit far, especially knowing that your next round, you're going to be on the offensive side. So they're finally going in for the points. They're using 3 operators already, and Rihan in a really good spot. Vague spots him, though. They're able to kind of just put the lives in between them a little bit far, but now just 1 in between them. S-Thug gets an essential kill. They're playing it pretty well. And now it was honestly, the fact that they brought out everything here at this point, it was actually really smart.
Huge value for that Annihilator in the hands of Rihan. Zolf's now there to set up the spawn trap. Vague's trying to make his teammates way out. He's able to find 1, but now Luminosity have to find a way over that A objective. Washi in the top side is going to be able to find 1, but Scott there. And if you're Devious, you're very happy to take 1-for-1 trades off the backside of this one. You've got a couple more operators ready to go as well. 2Red's going to be able to find 2, and now it's Devious with double the lives of this Luminosity squad, and 2Red continues to find the kills. Pret drops as well, and only 3 Luminosity players remain right here, make it 2 as Scott pops what will likely be the final operator, and Luminosity looking to make a 2v10 happen. Likely not meant to be, as Vague is the final remaining player. And Devious keep their hopes in this map alive handing Luminosity their first map loss of NA Stage 4.
Okay, I take it back. I thought they were going to bring out all of their operators in that round number 5 on the attack, but instead they bring it out on the defense, having low on lives. They were able to turn the tables just like that, and that is going to be a good sign of life coming in from Devious. And now we're going into possibly one of the best gameplay that we've seen from there so far, because obviously when we saw that simplicity kind of, you know, the scoreline, we didn't really get to see that gameplay on broadcast. So now you see that these players actually have what it takes to take down a top-tier team like LG.
And this is coming off of a search and destroy where they got absolutely dismantled, but the hardpoint looked very solid. And we said the big question mark for this Devious squad was the leadership. I think Scott's a player that they got to look to, even though he didn't necessarily put up the best stat line. No question, what known as one of the more solid leaders in the COD Mobile esports scene, and I think having him as a pickup, making those calls, leading the team mentally, I think he's going to be a player that proves to pay off in a big way, even if it's not always something that we can see in the stat line.
I can't wait to watch that control game again. I want to see how they were able to utilize all of those operators down from across the map. But like what we expected, 2 red with 31, just applying a lot of pressure, not only in mid, but also in spawn. And the timing of his operators were actually really good, and the fact that they were able to turn things around in that last round of that control game.
Rihan didn't have the best stat line, but I would say his Annihilator use at the midpoint of that 4th round is probably what set up the spawn trap, got those LG players pushed so far back that it allowed the rest of the Devious squad to surround, and ultimately led to the end of that round. Is what was it, -8, -9 lives just disappeared in the blink of an eye. And Devious now give themselves an opportunity to hop into another hardpoint map where they're going to see that we already know they can play Luminosity close in the hard point, and especially if the Apocalypse was a Luminosity map pick. Once again, not 100% positive on that one, but it seems like they've got an opportunity to extend the series even more, if not take it.
I mean, I'm excited because this is a matchup that we kind of said that could come close depending on their performance in S&D. And it seemed like all hope was lost with that 7-0. But it just seems like they were just not knowledgeable when it comes to that map choice. But now we're going into Hacienda Hardpoint, where we did get to see that Apocalypse game was pretty close in between. But it's really just those minor adjustments from Luminosity that was able to win them that map. So let's see when it comes to the operator usage. Hopefully, they play it well.
I've got a feeling, at the very least, Tectonic's feeling comfortable on this. I think we saw him drop 59 in the World Championships on this map up against Luminosity, so we know he knows how to play it. It's once again not one that has necessarily been super common in their map picks, but we're going to see what they can do off the start right here. It is going to be S-Thug finding 2, 1 for Zolf as well, and Devious with the strong start they were looking for.
And now, when it comes to control of 2F right now, it is going to be blue all across the board. But just like I said, that Luminosity wins those gunfights. And just like that, Devious just flushed out of the hard point as they're trying to scramble for that anchoring spot for the power positions. They are winning the gunfights, though. The contest is finally going to be on.
Wow. 4 in the feed there for Devious. Tectonic up above, seeing how many he can clear out. Washi trying to set up on those mid stairs. He's going to be able to win a big one on the top side. And S-Thug, you have got to win that gunfight. Seems like a solid setup for Luminosity, but Devious has already rotated out right now, and they're thinking they're going to come from the backside. They don't realize they have already flooded on into the hard point. And with 2Red getting pushed up into the mid-map right now, they've got to deal with him. Otherwise, you're going to be flipped out into a bad spot on that driveway side, and that is exactly what's going to happen. They're now forced to make a little mid-push right here. 2Red's going to be able to spot out another one. Luminosity have a tough task ahead.
But for Devious, it seems like they were kind of knowledgeable where everyone else from Luminosity actually was. They were trying to go in there for the objective control. They did. They had players there, but they did not have the more favorable spawn. And now it's still going to be Devious, but contested by 2 players right now from Luminosity. And so far, it is going to be Devious having that driveway spawn. But then for Luminosity, they're very much comfortable having the right side rock spawn.
Washi's going to keep things locked down right there. Clean shots from Rihan, but Tectonic's not letting anyone through easily. Shuts down another on the back side. And now should have that long angle to absolutely mow down the driveway, but big shots from the Devious players. Rihan's gonna win that gunfight to pick up the scrap time, and he'll do just that. So that should allow Devious to keep this one close. Players already getting pushed out. Zolf does get spotted on rotation. And right now, Vague patrolling the top side, looking to set up his teammates. S-Thug traded out right there, and a nice early setup for LG.
But now, play number 4 coming in from Devious. That's S-Thugs actually spawning onto the right side of the map. And now it's gonna be a pinch, a possible flip coming in from Devious. As Luminosity, they did win those rotational gunfights, and especially for Vague, winning that exit gunfight as well. And now, we do get to see S-Thug bringing out the Sparrow in hand, but he does get shut down pretty early on, and now not able to kind of utilize that operator.
Well, Washi just trying to stay alive inside barn right here. Should be able to find one. Looking to make it a second. He does exactly that. And now the feed's starting to build a little bit more towards LG. Devious do fire back. Tectonic can be forced to back up right here. He's got Envy there to reinforce, but he's going to be left all alone as Tech drops, and right now he is the lone man to try to avoid any scrap time here for Devious. Interesting timing to pop the War Machine. Not a whole lot to be gained there for 2Red, and that may be a mistake that comes back to bite them. Zolf's going to be pushed out early on, and Scott already on that next hard point, so he's the man with the job right now, and does win 2 of those big opening gunfights.
Speaking of those gunfights, just allow them to just soak in the time, but with the Pretty in hand, you get to see, oh, Washi gets no one there, and Devious able to get off of those operators as well, defending it really nicely. But player number 3 from the side of Devious, that's Rihan, winning a lot of the gunfights here in Lambo. He's going to be an essential player here, trying to get rid of everyone trying to go and flush into the hardpoint, and so far it's still Devious. And now we're finally seeing a little bit of a turnaround as we see that Devious finally having the upper hand.
It seemed like they were going to have the clear. Scott pops the claw. Not too much value to be found. Band has one of his own. Rihan trying to make a push on in. Bad timing there. Band goes big. Can't find the final shots. Somehow S-Thug can't fire back, and the kill still goes toward Luminosity. But Devious now going to be forced from the bottom side to try to push through. Envy nearly finds 2 as LG extend their lead back out. They get the scrap time there. 2Red has that top side control early. Washi looking to get things cleared out. Smoke's going to go up above. And Zolf got one big gunfight to win on the bottom side, but Band gets the better of it.
2Red, essential gunfights for you, my dude. And now he does get that almost 2 kills to his name as he tries to finish off that, but he's going to be in that corner. He still comes out with his life. And now it's information given to Luminosity Gaming as they are able to get that 2F control, but it is still Devious on the board. And now they're getting majority of the points here in P1 so far. As Band tries to step on it, doesn't really quite utilize it too much, just only steps on it for just half a second. And now it's still Devious right now on P1.
Crucial kill down below for Zolf right there. Oh, make it a 2-piece. He's sitting on 15 right now, and he has been cooking as the OBJ guy. 74 seconds. Devious doesn't even have 74 points worth of hard point time. That's how hard that guy has been working right now. Vague in the top side going to be able to win a big one right there, and this time it is LG in the early rotations toward P2. The fact that they were able to play things evenly last time around with no hard point control, I've got a feeling they're going to be in for a nasty setup right here. And as Band flips those spawns out, going to be able to take down at least 2. There is going to be 1 player still in the mid-map forcing the spawns here for Devious. That's going to be 2Red. But still many more tough gunfights for them to find a break on it.
And for Devious, they're just having such a hard time going in for the break here. Luminosity, they had such a solid rotation over here very early on. And not just that, Band able to go in there for the flank and getting that 2 definitely was something that Devious did not expect at all. 2Red tries to go and win this gunfight in Rock. And gonna be getting those 2 kills, gonna be big. And now the pinch gonna happen for Devious. 25 seconds, that's essential points for you.
That's huge. A lot of time to be gained right here. Tectonic's gonna pop an operator. Scott just gonna go ahead and pre-fire right there. War Machine does connect, but there's still 2 players left to be dealt with for Luminosity. And once again, an investment that may not be worth their while. Devious have kept this incredibly even and still going to sit down only about 10 points as we head back on over toward P3. Envy does have some streaks to work with. Spots out Scott right there. Washy's going to be there to clean things up on the backside. And that Pred missile could be crucial information, but big gunfights going the way of Devious. And right now, if they can get players pushed down from the top side, could be crucial. Trophy system going to stop the Pred missile, and only a couple players left there to defend. Washy, the lone man standing.
And now it's going to be Devious again. 142 and 162 is going to be your scoreline. Luminosity trying to go in there for that push. They do have that right side spawn, though. Still have it so far, but 2 Red going to be in a really good head glitch. Gets one more, and now it's still going to be contested time and time again, but with Devious trying to go in there more for a really good gunfight. They have 3 operators to play with. Same with LG as well. And now we're going in for a really close fight. Very close. Honestly, even closer compared to what we had in our first hardpoint a while ago.
I mean, Washy is doing absolutely nasty work on the inside of the objective, basically single-handedly keeping Luminosity in this one. Zolf rotated out early. He has been so pesky finding those lurker kills. He is going to get traded out by Band, who's going to force way to the outside, but Devious players flush in through mid. And now the opportunity for Vague, but he gets shut down. The Purifier is gone. Washy's got to go big with the Annihilator in hand. Scott in a nice spot to catch a couple of Luminosity players rotating, and Rihan pops the Annihilator. Here is Devious now look to take the lead.
Envy gonna be a really good spot, trying to get rid of the plays from Devious coming in from the right side. Stug unfortunately takes himself out, and now it's going to be Luminosity. The points are going to be dead even, contested right now. Zolf goes big with the Purifier, gets rid of every single one of the LG players there. A 3-piece for his team, and that just allows them to just get a little bit more points here. Scrap points still being contested right now.
And everybody for Devious gets pushed onto the point, but they still get taken down. 2 Red spotted out right there, and Band with a crucial final push, as it will be Luminosity getting the better of the hard point time. 2 Red waiting for them to make their way through that mid doorway. He's going to be able to spot out 1. Tectonic there for the trade. Luminosity sit up 10, but it has been a back and forth game through and through. It's Rihan set up in the top side, looking to find an entry into the hard point.
And now Rihan gets a big 2-piece. The fact that he was able to get the power position down here in 2F and still able to do so. And now a possibility to get the 3rd, and yes, he does. Rihan, 26 already to his name, but they do not have any operators to play with. Everyone else from Luminosity, they do have 2. And now they are sitting on top here in P1, but so far, they're still trying to fight for that control in the map.
Well, nobody spots out Envy right there. Feed him a couple of free kills and give Luminosity an avenue back onto the objective. Rihan has to win this one. Nearly gets turned on by Envy. Right now, Luminosity set up well. You just got to deal with Rihan, but there's S-Thug once again to find the kills, and they're just trying to make sure Luminosity doesn't make it anywhere closer to that 250-point objective. 3 players rotated out early, and it's 2 Red looking to push out the spawns once again. Big gunfights up ahead. Couple players set up well for Luminosity. 2 Red finds 1, doesn't go traded right there. Washy shut down as well, and Devious have the setup that they're looking for, as they've got players on the objective and spawns in their control.
But they do have that control, yes, but you see that Luminosity has 4 operators to try and break the hill. And so far, they're still winning a lot of the gunfights. It's still going to be Devious winning a lot of the gunfights outside of the point. And now as we see Band with the claw trying to get as much kills as he can, you will expect that everyone else from Luminosity will try to end it here in this hill. 222 and 206 is going to be your scoreline, but it's still Devious trying to go in there for the win. Aztec tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately he does get taken out by Rihan.
Somebody's got to kill Rihan. He's taken out the entire squad. Scott looks to pop the flashbang, does get shut down, and every time it looks like Rihan's going to make a god play. LG is there to fire back. 2 Red looking to push in, but Envy, a perfectly timed hunter-killer, and Luminosity set up well right here, but there's not going to be enough time for them to win it on this one. Fortunately for them, 3 players already rotated out. Devious is looking to play catch-up. They've got to win too many gunfights on this push, and Envy's going to drop the Pred. Not only will that likely get them a kill, it'll get them information as well. No kill to be found, but it's going to be Luminosity players on the bottom side, and it's all down to Rihan. He's been doing it by himself, and he does it again.
his team. Just one more point coming in from Luminosity, but we see 2Red with a big war machine. And now the contest is the only thing that Luminosity can do. It's still Devious winning the gunfights here. They still have 4 players, and the 4th player trying to go in there for that backside push. And it's going to be a huge gunfight being won right now, possibly by Washi with the Annihilator, but he does get stunned out. It's still going to be Rihan making such god plays here. And for Devious, they can definitely win it here right now in this hill.
Envy taken down. Band is gone. Purifier still in play for Zolf. I don't know if they can get the god take off of this one. It's going to be close, and that last push for Vague should be enough to push it to a next hard point. Devious have got to get on rotation, and there's nobody close. They've got to make a 50-meter dash, and there's just not enough time. The Pred drops for Rihan. Will that be enough? Red is there. Watch is there to contest. Vague back, and Luminosity avoid disaster.
Oh my goodness! Devious! You should see us right now. Oh my goodness! Luminosity, a 3-1. It would have been a game number 5. But again, a shaky performance in this hardpoint from Luminosity. And it seems like they're so streaky when it comes to this game, man. I'm shaking right now. That was such a solid hold from Devious. And if they're on, like what you mentioned, they are on. It's not just Rihan that will try to be consistent, but it's the entire team. Imagine SND 7-0, but when it comes to the respawns, they are so on point.
Rihan was Timothy that game. He had so many huge feeds that nearly single-handedly clutched up for them. Oh my gosh, what a performance out of this Devious squad, and I thought they were going to make the impossible happen. My heart is beating right now. Good Lord.
My heart rate, dude. My heart rate is just going intense. And it really was that last rotation that is the presence of mind. I'll tip the hat to Luminosity, the fact that they were able to rotate early enough. And if that hunter-killer drone coming in from Rihan actually connected, I feel like that was when they could have won this hardpoint. But my goodness, this team is looking really good right now.
All right, that was... I did not expect that matchup to be that close, let alone that map. But, I mean, across the board, at Rihan, 41 and 25 and a minute 17 in the objective. Everybody on Devious looked amazing there. Everybody made some big plays. Unfortunately for them, that's what experience looks like in the hands of Luminosity.
I was literally about to pop a Vade. Me and Bobby were just jumping around. We were shouting. Right now, it feels really hot in the studio, man. Jeez.
Well, you guys are getting sweaty. I'm going to let Alan take a moment here and fire things up for me. Alan, who's the MVP of LG?
You know, I'm going to go Tectonic on this one, and there's one particular reason why. On both the hard points, the only reason that Luminosity win both those maps is because Tectonic is a master at anchoring spawns. That was the one place where Devious blew a couple of key hard points. Palace on P2 over at Apocalypse didn't hold the spawns once for the full 60. Same situation over towards Lambo here in Hacienda. And I do need to point to one particular moment right before we rotate over to Rock. The last couple of seconds on the hard point, we saw an Annihilator popped and we saw a Sparrow popped. In the last 10 seconds at Lambo before we got defenses for Devious, neither of them found value, and that was in a moment where Luminosity couldn't win the map. So in a 6-second game, not anchoring spawns and throwing away specialists, have to be better there because that was a winnable series for Devious.
IGL has their work cut out for them. Correct those small mistakes, and maybe you're taking us to a Game 5 because this team looks so clean in, of course, our Control Game 3. They look close in the hard points, but eventually it's Devious falling short to the team that is now officially in the #1 spot with a 3-0 record. The first team to play 3 games, and it's a perfect 3-0. Luminosity did drop a map, though, in this series for the first time. Beef Mommy, if you're looking at Devious to climb that leaderboard, currently they're in 5th. Who from that team is going to lead the charge?
I mean, we saw Rihan absolutely pop off. He's just so amazing when it comes to those engagements. And one of the reasons why that Devious actually just kept it really close in both hard points. So this guy is definitely someone to look at. And we've already known his name all throughout competitive. So he's really showing it up. And yes, they did lose a 3-1, but the fact that they were able to take a map off Luminosity is a huge deal.
Big shout out to our crew here in Poland. We got Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy, Alan, aka I Hold Shift. I'm Chris Puckett, and that is just match 1 of 4. We want you all to lock in and stay tuned on our social media. If you're not already, get on Twitter, get on Facebook, Instagram, follow ESL Mobile. Do it right now, because this is just day 2 of NA, and we still have 3 more matches on the day. When we come back, it's another Battle Limited looking to climb the leaderboard as they take on another NA favorite in Tribe Gaming. Don't go anywhere. This is the NA Regional here of COD Mobile. Welcome back, you beautiful people. We are live. It is going to be another epic showdown of 2 NA teams here in our COD Mobile competition. We're in Stage 4. Everyone's fighting for a spot in Stage 5. And to get there, you got to finish top 3 in this tournament. Welcome back into the studio. It's Chris Puckett alongside Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy, and I Hold Shift. And we're gearing up for the second fight of the night. Let's take a look at our squads. We got Limited taking on Tribe Gaming. And I want to start with you here, Bobby Plays. Let's look at this Limited squad. You're in 8th place. No one in chat thinks you have a chance. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity for a personal opportunity to shine. Who is that guy?
I would say you look at Limited, and across the board, it's mostly rookies. I think the couple of veterans that you have here are probably Bright and Clap, so those are the players you got to look at to really step up and lead the way up against a Tribe squad that has impressed big time. I think you look back to Stage 3, Attack A is another player that was really big in the Search and Destroy, maybe gives them a chance to take one of these maps.
Taking a look at their path to victory, this is what Limited needs to do to take down the team that is a perfect 2-0. Alan, you wrote this one for me, so walk me through it. What do you want to see from the team at the bottom of the leaderboard?
Well, Chris, I'll tell you, I may have written this, but it was hard to find something to write because this Limited team is way out of their league when it comes down to playing up against Tribe. The thing about it is, when you look at the macro sense of their schedule, they have played a very difficult opening couple of maps or matches. So if you could find a way to just be competitive and maybe win a handful of maps, that would be huge. And it has to start with map number 1. Tribe, I think, is one of those teams that we're expecting them to play pretty solid. But that said, Limited's opening hard points have not been terrible. So that's going to have to be, I think, a key. Start off this series with a high note, and then maybe we can start building a narrative to how you beat this Tribe squad.
You know, we see some chaos with the 8th seed. Is it going to happen today? I'm not quite sure, because you're going up against the big name in Tribe Gaming on the other side of the stage. Beef Mommy, tell me about America, and I guess now the world's favorite squad.
I love that. I love that intro. I mean, we already set it up a while ago. Everyone's eyes here is on NA, and especially here for Tribe. But they were split into 2 this time around, but we do still have championship players here in the name of Bolu. You got Jez. You also got, honestly, for me, Rabalo is a really good pickup.
Okay.
And for me, the #1 player that everyone needs to look at, because a lot of people were kind of hating back in Twitter when he was actually replaced by Blur was in his place. So I'm expecting him to really just pull out here.
Rabalo, player to watch. I like that. Let's go over the path to victory for Tribe. A lot of people are saying you don't really need to follow the path. It's a 3-0 laid out in front of you. Bobby, please walk me through this one.
I mean, there's no question they're the favorites heading into this. The opening wins against 2 of arguably the top 4 teams in North America right now. Obviously, they've got an opportunity to improve in S&D, but the player that I'm definitely going to be watching is Solo. He was absolutely phenomenal in every single mode that they played last week, and in their off-broadcast matches, he was dropping ridiculous numbers as well. So regardless of the mode, I'm expecting he's going to be the one that steps up.
All right, on our first matchup, we saw Luminosity with a player dropping 40. Does anyone on Tribe get a chance to do that in game #1, Bobby?
Solo could drop 50. I don't.
50 bomb.
Absolutely, 40 is definitely a possibility. I think realistically, it's probably not going to happen just because the match's probably going to be over too fast.
Listen, I have a feeling they're hopping off the hard point. They're getting the 50 bomb, and if you're looking at the numbers, well, hard point is a perfect 3-0 game mode for Tribe Gaming. They're split 1-1 in search, but control has gone in their favor as well. On the other side, Limited, we mentioned it, tough schedule. You're playing 3 of the top teams in your opening 3 battles. Tribe is now your 3rd. Beef Mommy, where does the upset happen, if at all, across these game modes?
I mean, we are saying that Limited is having a really tough first 2 days, but that is the best setup for you. The fact that you're going up against the top teams. There's a lot to learn here. I mean, we are expecting not really a close game, but the fact that you're playing the top teams, you can learn a thing or 2 about them. And later on into what we have here in stage 4, apply that to their later games.
Let's take a look here at the maps, because we got the picks and bans going through, and I hold shift. We always love to break this down. We're going to see hardpoint, search and destroy, control, but you see 2 hardpoints.
Yeah.
Searches. So a little bit more important of a game mode. Who do you think has the advantage? And if you're Limited, what do you not want to play Tribe on?
Yeah, Tribe definitely has the advantages, and I think you want to stay away from maps like Arsenal, Apocalypse, and Hacienda in the hardpoint, just because it's going to force you to have to be really good at making sure you're finding good timings on rotation and also winning gunfights. It's hard to pull that off against a top team like Tribe. I would love to see them get takeoff in this map pool, if at all possible. They could start there, build on some of the mistakes that they were kind of making, kind of hearing from Beef Mommy, trying to make improvements happen. And yeah, we do get takeoff for map #1. The Arsenal is in there though, so again, I don't see a way, based on how Limited has played so far, that they have a chance versus Tribe. And the Meltdown Search, I don't necessarily love either. However, Crossroads Strike is a hodgepodge, and if they can find a way to get to map 5, slums can be dictated by who's done more work with their utility. So it's not a terrible map set for Limited. It's just an odd matchup, I think, just in general between the 2 squads.
Slums 5v5, search and destroy. Take me to a game 5, Limited. I don't care how you get there, but let's get to it. Speaking about takeoff, though, you said the most important thing that Limited could do here is win game 1. You wanted to see them get takeoff in the map set.
Yeah.
Well, you got it. So, Beef Mommy, how did they get it done on takeoff? For anyone who hasn't played this map or mode in a minute, key to success here.
You need to find a way to win that rotation from P3 to P4 because it's just a short rotation. You need to win generators in order to get that rotation into P4 down. And so you need to find that way to win those gunfights outside of the point and time it really right. The verticality in this map is insane. So the fact that you go for those 2F controls in both control room, also into launch center, is going to be prime for you.
All right, are you guys ready for a caster challenge?
Oh, tell me.
Let's get weird already on this show. Puckett's here. Let's get chaotic. Beef Mommy, I hold shift. Go over to your desk right now. Match number 2 is ready to kick off. And shift while you're walking.
Okay.
Talk to me about your first time ever watching Tribe Gaming.
Oh, gosh. First time would have been 2021. Yeah, 2021, stage 4. Who did they play? I want to say they played ARP or somebody like that. And I just remember there being a steamroll. And I was like, okay, these guys are freaking good.
Mine was, I think it was 2020 or was it 2021, where we went into the most infamous listen-in in Call of Duty Mobile history.
Firing range hardpoint.
Firing range hardpoint.
That was my first time watching
that
them too,
was so
actually.
chaotic. How do you even put those comps down? But they absolutely smashed that map.
Yeah, that's actually funny. That's true, because Maven and Bobby were casting that match. I remember that.
No. It
Oh,
was Maven and Hawk's Nest.
Yeah, and Hawks. That's right.
Hawks, yeah, his stint of being a caster. I miss you, buddy. Come
Dude,
on.
that was mental. I remember Maven's reaction was like, I don't know what I'm just watching here. Try this my Maven impersonation. Let's get into it. It's Tribe Gaming Unlimited Takeoff map number 1. And this has got to be, Limited has to win this map, flat out. You win this map, we can start talking about how the series could go your way. It's a tall ask, but it's the one that we've posed to them. Let's get it on.
And now, everyone's getting into position. Limited going in for left side spawn. That's going to be Gorilla Base. And that allows them to have a control here into that scaffolding. But unfortunately, Tribe actually wins those gunfights. That's going to be point number 5, Solo winning the gunfight.
Good start overall. Tribe able to get into the hard point. A little bit of zone of control around the fountain as well. Clap's doing well to contest, though. Creates a little bit of time and space for his teammates to assist. Tribe Gaming still setting themselves up to try to deny any further entrance into the hard point, but having a tough time getting across the map, maybe until this little push through scaffolding comes out. Limited able to take back the lead, but only for a small time.
And now, Forsaken and also Raballo just winning a lot of those gunfights outside of the hardpoint, getting a lot of that additional points outside as well. And so now for Tribe, they're getting a lot of the scrap points down. And now for Limited, are you going to be setting up for next? And so far, that's point number 2, Bright, trying to get information down on everyone else that's spawning off into Health Center.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, if in a matchup like this, you just have to take good team fights if you're Limited. You can't just be going into 1v multiple situations. You have to out-trade Tribe if you want to have a chance here. Already, early Pred missile getting called in. Raballo will use that as a chance to take down 1. Play around the back, try to flip the spawns. It's not successful, though, and his base is shut down from the top. Tribe will have a couple of numbers here to contest, but Limited is doing a nice job kind of holding on to this P2 setup.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job. It's still contesting, and now it's still going to be contested majority of the time here. And if you're Limited, you'd want to get majority of the points here. And now so far with Tribe just bringing out all of their operators and score streaks, but you do get to see that Raballo was denied.
The thing about this is all fine if you're Tribe Gaming. You're still in control from the front. Limited have a couple of members trying to streak across mid-map. Likely the 5th spawns around for new when there's still 30 seconds to fight for here on the second hill. Raballo up top, shut down. Limited will jump right back into the hard point. Jez trying to give it a big contest, but no, he'll be shut down. And Limited will get the scrap time, but still, even though it only cost you a Pred missile and a War Machine, that's not bad at all from Tribe from the front.
The fact that they can just replenish that into the next set of rotations, definitely going to be big for them later on. And now 2 players coming in from Tribe already having a solid objective control, but so far they do not have spawns. And it's going to be Limited trying to fight that rotational gunfight, and they still have no one right now trying to go in there for next.
Yeah, they're just getting outslayed. At the moment, it's just all Tribe in the kill feed time and time again. Every time we see it, it's like a 6-for-2 overall exchange coming out. More kills. Raballo over towards new. Trophy system goes down. Forsaken just trying to do what he can to make sure no incoming utility deters this setup. Also have a couple of operators out now for Solo. Purifier just as he blocks out the back door. He'll find one. Bright a little out of his range, but will be traded up by Raballo, and Tribe will still maintain control of this hard point.
Generator spawns right now coming in from Limited, but as they're going in there at the beginning of this hard point, they were going 1 by 1, losing their gunfights, and that just allowed Tribe Gaming to get majority of their operators, and the fact that they can just defend this point so well, even though we saw a really good push coming in from Limited.
They're trying to create chaos across the map, but it's just, I don't think that playstyle works out against a team like Tribe. Just simply due because if you're trying to force multiple fights on different points of the map, it's just going to lead into 1v2s all over the place. And again, the individual skill on the other side for Tribe is just too high Would love to see Limited try to get together, play a little bit more as a full unit than these little individual stretches across the map. So that's going to have to be the adjustment, and it has to happen soon. Attack A going to drop out the War Machine, just trying to do what he can here as the fourth hard point will open up. Space from a high ground position, just trying to lock in to see if he can maybe give some information to his teammates. And Attack A is just going to use this War Machine from range, trying to stop anyone from holding the high ground, but ultimately he doesn't find anything with it, and Tribe still maintain control of the hill.
And now this is the point where Limited goes in for the pinch, gets those kills down, but only just one more player back down. And he loses the gunfight. Solo gets that beautiful double, and that's what you mentioned. Limited should not put their situation where it's a 1v multiple here, and so far Tribe Gaming will always win those gunfights.
Yeah. About a 100-point game now. And Raballo will drop out his War Machine with 30 seconds still to fight for on the old time. Just trying to make sure that every single second goes the way of Tribe, and with these kills, it surely should. Last attempt if Limited want to try to hit for the scrap time, but the more you throw towards old, the least amount of numbers you'll have to try to hold on to the hard point and the spawns coming up for next. So got to be very cautious on this approach. Tribe's, again, dominating in the kill feed. Kills continue to come through, and Tribe are looking for a hard point flip.
22 already for Raballo, and you already pegged him to be a really skilled player, really good pickup for Tribe right now. And not just that, he's actually really good when it comes to that OBJ time. Dropping a 49 the last time he was actually here in Takeoff versus Dice. And now he's looking like he is the solid person right now for Tribe. And now the solid setup for Limited is actually going to be right there. They do have to have control here, and that's going to be good for just going for that defense from up top.
It's just Raballo is a nuisance. He once again gets around the side, clears everything from the top side of the minimap with a 3-piece, and now can actually start to make plays. As he's got a couple of teammates spawn near him, they can flip spawns here, and that seems to be the idea. Raballo on the move, one more player in his way. That was Attack A. He drops, and yep, spawns will flip. Tribe Gaming still on the hard point, and we've got ourselves a blowout.
And now we are just seeing one-on-one engagements, like what you mentioned. It's just not being won right now by Limited. Open hard point at the moment, though. Space beaming from across the map. Tries to go in there for the contest. Attack A, the only person left. And now 170-52 is going to be your scoreline, and Tribe is actually going to be right there for the next hill, but Claps winning a big 1v2 just gets rid of the players here for the next hill.
Hardpoint opens in 5. Pred missile being called in. Space flashed up. Does get denied by Proxity. Follow-up is good, though, and Forsaken's going to pull out the Annihilator, just making sure nobody comes in for free. A couple players do slide across, though, but it doesn't make a difference. The Annihilator just too good at this spot. So he gets another double, making life very difficult here for Limited off the spawn. No one will get through that. Now the War Machine to follow. The Claw's also out. I mean, it's have your cake and eat it too right now if you're Tribe Gaming. 38 seconds to fight for here on this P2, and that will put them pretty much well within winning this map in the next 2 hard points.
Tribe is just having a feast here, and you know that they have the angles down. Raballo brings out the Preddy, gets one, gets rid of that spawn. And now for Tribe, they're just getting majority of the points here in P2. We saw it a while ago in that first set of rotations, and now the rotation for next needs to pull through, and Tribe is actually going to be in a really good spot for that next hill. As you see, player number 2 spawns really close, and that is someone you don't want to be in that hill if you are Limited. That's going to be Raballo.
Looks like it's pretty much GG at this point. Claps only has 6 kills, by the way. Meanwhile, Raballo's on 36. So Bobby and I think both were sitting here saying this map may not go on long enough for anyone to get to 40 kills, but Raballo is the one to possibly do it. He's fully streaked. Solo's got the Purifier out as we open up the new hard point. Limited do have the opportunity to try to hit this from multiple points of ingress, but they're just not getting through this Tribe setup. And with the kills coming out, Tribe can win the game here.
And now one last player coming in from Tribe, though. That's going to be Solo. Not winning that gunfight. That's allowing Limited to just touch the point, but they're still losing a lot of their gunfights. Space gets a double. 228 and 53. They can very much end it here, but with just one player from Tribe, but the rest coming in their way, they're still winning the gunfights.
Now it's just down to can Raballo get to 40. He's at 38. There's 39, so it looks like he likely gets to 40. Unless his teammates stop the game right here by just finding the last couple of seconds. Oh, it's going to be a race against the clock. No, he doesn't get to 40. 250-53 the final score, though. Limited just flat out outmatched.
And now they were just outclassed in every single way. Rotation, gunfights, operator usage, and also score streaks. It was just everything going in Tribe's way.
And the thing about it is, this is going to be something we say about a lot of teams that are sitting near the bottom of the current standings, playing up against a team at the top of the current standings. You just can't solo chow these guys. And it's early to tell because, to be fair, Tribe hasn't played the same caliber of opponents in my mind that a team like Luminosity has. But after their win versus Simplicity and their off-broadcast match versus DICE, Tribe very well may be the best team in North America.
Yeah.
I think Luminosity is making a lot of mistakes. I think that their hard point needs to get tuned up in a major way. Actually, their whole respawn needs to get tuned up in a major way. And Tribe's been polished. They've been really clean. They're making the right moves at the right times. You've got equal participation essentially across the board. I mean, yeah, nearly 40 kills for Abavo, but look at the spread between everybody else. 32 down to 25 total kills. I mean, everyone's getting involved, and you love to see it.
Yeah, you did mention that Tribe is going to be having a really good start. And I just want to kind of mention that even when it comes to the individual plays, they're on point. And then when you put them all together, when you sew them together, they're just having so much comms that just work out for them, not only in those respawns, but also in those SNDs. Limited have a long way to go when it comes to their gameplay here. And it just stays true that their takeoff is just not good. They've played it 3 times already, and they've always lost it.
Well, they're playing against tough opponents. I don't think their takeoff is bad when they've played the first 2. They just, that had to have been their map pick. They just had to be better than that. Search and Destroy coming up next, though, of course. And, well, the thing about it is we go to Meltdown. I don't love the chances of Limited being able to do much damage here, mostly because I think Tribe is going to be using this as an opportunity to kind of pick up on some mistakes that were made last week on Meltdown. I'm sure they had plenty of time to look over the film and find a way to kind of correct some of the openings that kind of got obliterated by DICE. Again, we didn't get a chance to see it, but that was the one map that they lost. So this feels like this is an opportunity here for Tribe to, again, clean things up, be the more comprehensive squad between the top teams that are out there. And if they could be a great Surge team, I think they have a chance at being the undoubtedly best team in North America.
I love that it's in Meltdown. I feel like this is their revenge, sort of. The fact that the only map that they dropped was Meltdown up against DICE, and the fact that we also saw Limited not win and take off. Both of these teams just putting up maps that they didn't really have a particularly fun time in. So that's why I really like this series so far. They're playing maps that they want to improve on.
So we'll see what it's going to look like here, Meltdown. Limited on the defense first. Tribe, I imagine there's going to be a lot of set plays over towards B. That's been the more common sight in the course of this map's history. And it looks like, yep, right off the rip, little jump up in towards Boiler and a chance to at least control mid-map. Bomb not making a decision yet, but Rapallo is making sure nobody defensively pushes through the A site, as Skizzle will be kind of playing in and out of this Boiler room with just an R9. Just trying to keep the shotgun out, but Sakin's watching it. First blood goes the way of Tribe.
And that should allow Tribe to just push into Bravo, as it is going to be a little bit open. Just one player coming in from Limited right there for that defense and possibility to get the information down. Attack A. A really good sniper if he really is hot on his tail, but he does get pushed out.
Well, Bravo will get a plant here. Solo able to kind of get the beat on Proxity's position. And now it's just down to, can anyone make this play around the back of the flank? Problem is, it's being watched by Space. Second shot miss. But ultimately, the threat is now known. And, well, give Space 3 times. He will find a way to make you punish for it. Pistol out. Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah, this is the way this is going to go. All right. Attack A, last one left, 1v5. Good luck, have fun. Not going to work out. Tribe have a flawless first.
And they were able to use that first blood to their advantage. The fact that, okay, we got one off of Boiler, and now we're going to be rotating here through Bravo. Attack A was that person, the first line of defense coming in from Limited, but unfortunately not able to take that shot, and he just gave the side away, going in for that retake instead, but it did not work out for them. Now, seems like they're going to be doing the same play, but a little bit more overextended here in Bravo.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same roll off for both teams, but Space, nice little cheeky spot, finds the first blood, responded to by Attack A. So we go 4v4, but once again, number 5 in yellow, Solo gets around the back. No way for Proxy to deal with it. More in front of him, Solo late to the gunfight, doesn't matter. Attack A gets turned away, and Solo not done yet, eventually put down by Skizzle, but the bomb can make its way on turn B for a free plant.
Player number 2, Bright, needs to find a way to rotate, because Skizzle's going to be right there as the information finally goes down that it's going to be a Bravo push. Now they're trying to carefully make their way in through mid, possibly from Boiler, and now in through Generators, where Tribe has a really good defense so far.
Yeah, this post-plant setup is perfect to respond to how exactly Limited are trying to make their way through this mid-connector. Someone's going to have to check, though. Nades go over the map. That's not good. Skizzle thinks it landed. It didn't. Jez, lots of damage onto both. Space collects the first. And Bright, who's stuck now at Jenny's, can go nowhere but down. Another clean post-plant here from Tribe.
That was clean. They got all 3 lanes covered, and just the headies played to perfection. Not for Limited. they're just struggling when it comes to the gunfights. Attack A was able to neutralize everything, but after that, the back end push, they were just pushing in there one by one and just allowed Solo to get that essential 2K to just put Tribe on the board.
First look here possibly towards something over towards the A site. And maybe that's just because Space was able to find first blood. But the problem has been Solo. He is just running into this limited defense and finding everything he could possibly want and then some. So Skizzle once again is going to be kind of stuck here in the control room. Bomb makes its way over towards B because look how deep Tribe have already gotten through the site. And yeah, Limited just can't hang.
I mean, Solo is just so good at handling that right side spot all by himself, just getting those multi-kills down. Player number 4 coming in from Limited. We'll try to find a way, make a way around, but they do have flank watch in the form of Solo that always has been winning those gunfights. But Bright gets an essential kill, Space goes down.
Backing up, Jez will watch the flank. Everyone else focused on mid or this push-up play from Solo, who has not seen Attack A yet. They're about to see each other though now, and okay, nice quick scope from Attack A. Kills along the back do make that flank safe, so now it's really largely just down to what Attack A can find from the front. And as he's shut down, the last player, and Skizzle also gets red. Tribe off to a 3-0 start.
Hot start coming in from Tribe. They're looking so good right now, and not something that you see every day from Tribe. The fact that they're so clean, and right now they're flawless when it comes to their run here in NA so far. But Tribe going for a different approach, looking like they want to go plant into that A side, and Limited's going to be a little bit slow when it comes to that rotation.
Yeah, look at the focus here. Limited have realized that Solo has just ran rampant through their back line, so they take everyone off that A site and try to keep this play towards middle good. Not going to work out. Trophy system down on top of the bomb as the bomb is also planted on the A site for Tribe. Space watching mid-map, connects for first blood again. It's 3 out of 4 for Space for first blood. He does get traded, but Tribe's post plant once again, pretty much perfect. Jez watching the mid pinch, no worries there. Follow up on Bright. Nope, not going to be able to confirm the second. And a chance here for Limited to try to bounce back into this, but time is running short. And Forsaken and Rabalo are just kind of playing with their food here, throwing shoulders, making contact, and then running away from it. Rabalo gets the better of Bright over the top of the bomb site, and he'll finish off Attack A just a bit beyond. 4-0, Tribe up big.
Ready up.
Would have been signs of life coming in from Limited, but always the first blood from Space is just what kind of lacks from the side of Limited. They need to find a way to utilize Claps and Attack A to get the first blood instead, because so far, with Claps just having 1 and Proxy having 0, they need to step it up when it comes to the gunfights and those angles.
Here comes Solo's route. Perfect read on it. Just plays into Jenny's and then bounces through mid once his teammates get control over towards B. And steps in real deep. Skizzle watching this time with the shotgun up close and personal, but no one is here to contest the bomb being planted, so Tribe will get the early plant on the OBJ. Solo has swapped up his weapon to an R9 of his own. That will work. Smoke will allow him to persist at mid-map, and that actually takes away a lot of space for Limited to try to get this retake going.
Limited, you could see the reluctance on their end, just leaving both sides very open. And now we need to see numbers kind of flush through here with not quite sure if they do have the utility to play with to try and contest here from Jez, but he is going to be applying that pressure. Time going to be on their side. Solo on the backside of things. Again, with the flank. He's been doing so well when it comes to that flank, and right now, Limited has no answer to him.
Zero answer. And that's, again, I think there's a big skill diff here between these two squads, but just looking at the scoreboard, because that's all we had in the Tribe versus Dice game. Again, the result was Dice beating Tribe on this map. It looks like Tribe has figured out exactly what they want to do, and a lot of it comes off of what can Solo get away with that mid. This time, lots of opening set nades make its way over towards A. First blood comes by way of Solo. Space following up behind it, and wouldn't you know it, Solo once again rolls deep into the defensive side of the map, leaving Proxy by himself in a 1v5. Bomb planted as well. And it looks like it very well may be another flawless round here for Tribe.
That was a clean rush over A. I mean, they wanted to not only just check for that stun, get that information down. Proxy gets 1 though, but in a 1v4 situation with Space right there to finish it off, we are 1 round away from a Tribe Gaming win here in S&D.
Yeah, really clean offense here from Tribe. And I think the thing about it, and it's hard to get a full read on it because they're playing against Limited and not a top-tier team at the moment, but they're throwing out a lot of things offensively that are very default that lead to a lot of opportunities for variation. I think in particular, Solo started off with an SMG in the first 5 rounds, then swapped to a shotgun. The focus on how they're playing around both sites, I think, is also really dynamic. So it's good news across the board here for Tribe, at least from the offensive side. First blood tallied by Limited, though. They will turn this into an immediate plant here at A. Jez will be the first contact from the front, but the most of the retake is actually coming here through mid and from the behind.
Right, gets 1 kill. Jez is gonna go down. 5v2 situation as Collapse and Attack A gets a kill of their own, and that's gonna be clean from them. The fact that Tribe did not have anyone there, and Limited seem like they're very comfortable here in this A side push, and I feel like if they keep doing that, I feel like it's just not gonna work out, especially up against Tribe, where they know how to adapt when it comes to a play.
I'll see what happens. First blood led to an easy plant there for Limited, so could be something of the same. This time it will be Limited with all designs towards B off the rip. Forsaken will step into A, help from Solo, who cut through mid for this. So yeah, Tribe should know that there is a push towards B. It'll all be from the front. Space does connect for first blood. Trophy system will keep him safe from any further utility, and the rotation is already here for the defenders at A, but Limited respond with 2 straight kills of their own. Maybe a bit overambitious was that defensive retake from Tribe.
Limited doing a good job here at Generator, and so far it seems like they're going to be more comfortable here on the attacking side. Proxity tries to win for another kill, but unfortunately he does get taken out by Rabalo. And just like that, Tribe able to just win those gunfights. A 2v1 and 34 seconds left. Attack A. I mean, if he is going to be that one person, possibility to get that clutch down. A 1v1, sniper versus sniper, and Seiken still wins those. Valiant effort from Attack A, though.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that this is not an easy matchup for a team like Limited. And it's one of those things that I think that this team will be competitive against the other teams in the middle of the pack, but Tribe is very clearly putting in a bid for being the best team in North America. And again, we didn't get a chance to do like a one-for-one comparison to what Tribe did wrong versus DICE last week, but based on what I'm seeing from this instance, they've got a couple of cool set plays on offense that can lead to variation. And then defensively as well, you can kind of see what their idea is. Putting one player in Forsaken in towards A. That round, Solo had a quick hit through mid to cut into A, whereas Forsaken was left by his lonesome in round number 1 of the defensive half. So they're making a couple of cool ideas and adjustments. And I think that's probably the biggest reason why they wanted this map in the pool, comparing last week to this week.
And the fact that also they're always winning those first blood every single time. A lot of the time, Space is just quite literally making space for Tribe, and they're utilizing it really well. Solo just always inching at the back end up against Limited is definitely something that they had a really tough time in. And it's just looking like we're pegging Tribe to be that #1 team up against Limited that is possibly that 8th seed here in this competition.
I just think it's just the fact that Tribe is playing really clean Call of Duty, considering the fact that, you know, we didn't know what to expect with Roster Mania kind of plaguing a number of different teams. It kind of moved the power rankings around a lot, and the one stable team that had the majority of the top performers from Stage 5 last year in Luminosity looked like they were going to be kind of free from all of the chaos. But I'll tell you, this Tribe team just works, man, and I'm pumped about it. So now you're in a situation where you should be a 3-0. You do have Crossroads Strike coming up next, though, and this is the one map that I will say, I think in North America more so than Europe, if you're a team that can figure this map out and put it as one of your powerhouses and force your opponents to have to veto it against you, I think it gives you a huge leg up in map 3 overall, no matter who you're playing against.
And now Tribe, speaking of Crossroads, they're really good here. I mean, the performance that they had so far in day #1 definitely is impressive. Just having a 3-0 versus Simplicity. So that is an easy team to beat. And that just shows how very well tied and very well versed Tribe is when it comes to all game modes here so far.
And the thing about Tribe that was so impressive in that match versus Simplicity is how quick they were to capture zones on offense. So we'll see if that could be the case once again. We'll have to wait for that to come through, though, as they will be starting on the defensive side. Limited kind of taking a stretch across the map, and they're finding the first 3 kills really nicely. That's going to be full mid-map control with a chance to stop the clock early with progress being made on A.
Fire room. Gonna be controlled by Tribe Gaming as Limited just lost a lot of those gunfights down, but they still have that one pesky player trying to play that right, trying to play for that spawn control. That's gonna be Proxy trying to go in there for the positioning. But it is gonna be Tribe Gaming going in for that defense on that alpha side that they're slowly inching in towards more of that spawn trap.
Oh boy, Rapallo is, I don't know, man. He may be the best player on this team. He's been looking unbelievable in the first couple of matches we've had a chance to watch him. He's not done. There's kill number 5. Not going to get number 6. Proxity eventually gets the trade, but the rest of the tribe there to pick up, and we got a 23 playing 15. Limited had a great break off, just could not find a way to stay alive on the zones, and now Tribe are absolutely punishing them.
And for Limited, they weren't able to capitalize that positioning well. I feel like they just didn't know what to do when it comes to those angles down, and that just allowed Tribe to just win a lot of those gunfights, and also just push back, and that allowed them to have a brief spawn trap right now. Now, player number 2, take a look at that. That's going to be Raballo yet again, already with 8 kills to his name, and he's just shredding on the 9th.
Yeah, he's just having his way. This is one of those, he just blacks out and goes kills things. That's pretty much all you have to worry about. And I'll tell you, this Tribe Gaming team, this SMG line is disgusting. And that may be the one thing that they have an edge on the majority of other North American squads. Because I've been more impressed with LG and Tectonic and how he's playing like very steady and controlled as an AR, but this Tribe SMG line is nasty.
And that's what we mentioned a while ago earlier in the broadcast. They dropped Blur, and Blur is more an AR SKS user, and now they needed someone that could actually deal things up close, and that is Raballo. And even though, yes, Blur is going to be an essential player, a good player, but Raballo just fits here right now for Tribe.
There's that break off that we're talking about right in towards Fire Garage. Proxity kind of doing the same thing on the other side, though. So a little bit of a split focus here for both of our 2 teams off spawn. First set of score streaks and operators also trying to be used here, but Raballo only gets 1 with the War Machine. So not the best investment we've ever seen. Limited's defense still hanging on to both zones. The clock will stop at 102 with Tribe trying to work over towards A. But Limited do have a lot of space to work with. Just comes down to can they actually hit this together and clear the zone, and so far the answer is no.
What I love about what I saw here in through Tribe is one player was actually waiting, that's Seiken, waiting for Jez to push as a team and not just going in for those engagements one-on-one. And now speaking of, he is going to be trying to apply that pressure here in Catwalk, not allowing everyone else from Limited to try and go there for that spawn trap.
First 2 ticks locked at A, second tick being worked on at the moment at B. 8 life advantage as well for Tribe. So again, just kind of praising the offensive setup here for Tribe Gaming. They're getting it done on both zones at the same time. Proxity does clear out 8. Problem is, it looks like they very well will lose the B zone unless they can get rid of Raballo, who's playing topside fire. Proxity more focused on the spawns than clearing off the zone behind him. So an extra 60 seconds is added, and with a 17 playing up against 10, Tribe can make the decision of what's more convenient, finding the last 8 kills or finding the 3rd tick of progress here today.
And they can definitely do both, as right now Hunter Killer Drone tries to stop that one player, but unfortunately Limited does not get anyone here. The 3rd tick of progress gonna be cleaned up just a little bit, but with 3 lives versus 12, it's just gonna be difficult, especially with the clock just going into the favor of Tribe right now, as everyone else is gonna try and hold this alpha flag.
Well, Clap's last one left will jump into his death from the top side of Catwalk. Tribe Gaming up 2-0. That offense looks really nasty, I'm not gonna lie.
It's really clean.
And I think the thing about it is, like, the SMGs are just always getting into fire, man. It's such a problem. So you've got a lot of operators at the ready here for both teams. 4 for Tribe, 3 for Limited, but you just feel like how the series has gone. It's only a matter of time before Tribe put this one away.
And now a 2-player push coming in through Fire, through Catwalk, but Proxity is going to be winning those gunfights down, so they're able to shut down that early control coming in from Tribe, though. And that one player, again, Proxity, with the operator in hand, not able to purify everyone else in his team. So still a pretty decent start coming in from Limited.
It's just one of those things, they spend 3 operators, and it all gets countered by Forsaken pulling out a late Annihilator. It's just, again, the efficiency for Tribe. They get a perfect read on it, and now they have the operator advantage. Forsaken finally runs out of Annihilator shots, but, you know, the Kilo also gets the job done pretty nicely. Tribe will find themselves at a 19 playing up against 19. So all things told, Limited are not out of this round yet, but the clock is becoming an issue, and Limited need to start working on his zone quickly.
Yeah, it really seems like they're more playing for those kills instead of that objective, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, that's going to be especially difficult, as that one player, just one essential player coming in from Claps, not really able to get that win, but everyone else is just trying to go in for that TDM. They're just not going for those objectives.
Yeah, Space having a tough time finding attack A. Eventually it's Forsaken who deals with the problem. 13 on 13 to count. Only one more specialist available, that's Solo. But Limited are back and stuck inside their spot. Jez, once again, just kind of swarming, getting in, getting a kill, then getting out. And Limited will get an exit here over towards B. Raballo's watching the cross, finishes off the first, more in front of him, and Jez is right there to pick it up again. The SMGs for Tribe is too good.
they're just right up into your face. That's just going to be so difficult for a team like Limited, where it's still very difficult with 9 seconds left, but finally the first stick of progress being found in Alpha. Almost, not quite, as the cleanup from Tribe finally comes through. 8 and 3 is going to be your life count, and Bravo going to be the only lifeline left right now for Limited, but right now they don't have any operators to play with it. Solo still has his.
Well, Skizzle will get one. Oh, nice movement. Goodness me. That will just about do it. Last one left to fight his proxy, and his heat drops. Tribe Gaming take a casual 3-0, as I think most would have expected. And again, it's hard to kind of build like what the strength of Tribe is going to be with a matchup like this. But I still have to give them praise that they're playing some really clean Call of Duty right now, and that's not often the case. You know, a team that comes out very heavily favored sometimes is prone to making mistakes versus a lesser team, and that was not the case today. Tribe was perfect.
And you can actually see that they're taking this matchup very seriously, especially in that Search and Destroy, where you did say that their pushes, their plays were three-dimensional. They had variety. And the fact that they brought it out even up against the possible 8th seed here in NA definitely is a pretty good feat. They're taking every single one of the teams very seriously, and now Tribe still seems to be on top.
Clean. And I'll tell you, man, again, by the eye test, I got Tribe over LG right now, flat out.
Yeah, definitely.
I just think they're playing cleaner, and it'll be interesting to see when they eventually meet up, what that looks like. But based on what we've been able to see so far in broadcast, this Tribe team is playing literally perfect. So, love to see it.
You weren't playing the ace seed, though. So let's take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
And something needs to be said, because, Bobby, a player only put up 7 kills in game number 1. I feel like I could put up 8. Just throwing grenades off spawn.
I think you could put up double digits if you wanted to. Like, just set up in the right spot. There's no way to counter it. Obviously Limited, they didn't have an easy task up ahead of themselves in this one, but like you said, at some point you gotta start progressing in a major way, and we just haven't really seen them do that so far.
In a full game of Hardpoint, you need at least 8 kills. That is my next challenge for you, Limited, as you go into your next series. But congratulations to Tribe, and a big congrats to Roballo. All of the haters were shut up in that game number 1 as the man drops 39 kills. Beef Mommy, you said we gotta look out for this player. He performed up to the hype. What did you see from him throughout that game?
He is so consistent. He's winning multi-kills as well. Just all on his own. Rotation is going to be on point. Not only is he slaying, but he's also thinking about that OBJ as well. I mean, we already praised him in this hardpoint, but it seems like in that control shift, he was just so good.
Yeah, the subs are just, I think Tribe's SMG line might be the best in North America right now. Just with how Roballo and Jez have played together off of each other, as well as kind of how they're making moves around the map. That's, I think, the one point for LG that they need to start to find a way to kind of find that cohesion, because right now Tribe is running over their competition, and they're doing it in a really methodical way. So I'm really impressed with their SMGs at the moment.
Tribe has sharpened the tip of their spear and currently tied with Luminosity. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. 2 teams unbeaten so far. As you take a look at all 8, unfortunately for Limited, you are now starting 0-3. You had 3 of the toughest challenges, but you're done with that. Best of luck moving forward. The real question is, who is going to finish in our top 4? Luminosity and Tribe looking like shoo-ins at this point. Beef Mommy, do you agree with the take from my hold shift? Do you think Tribe is the better team with the perfect record right now?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a while ago from the Luminosity game. Me and Bobby casted it. They looked pretty shaky, and yes, it was a 3-1, but the fact that Tribe Gaming is just performing so well in every single map and the score is just so far away, they look very pristine right now.
Impressive stuff from our first 2 teams at the top of the leaderboard. 3 O's across the board. And we are just halfway done with day number 2 here from the NA. When we come back, we've got the 3rd battle of the night. You don't want to miss this one, ladies and gentlemen. Dice take the stage after this. Shout out to all the rowdy fans tuning in from around the world. This is our NA region here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're in the middle of Stage 4 for Call of Duty Mobile, and you just saw the top 2 teams compete. Now, though, we turn our attention to the middle of the pack, and I got to welcome back in my co-host. We've got Beef Mommy Bobby Plays. I hold Shift, holding it down here on the set. And I got to start with you here, Shift. We saw the leaderboard, and we were all scratching our head. We're like, wait, ARP's now 0-2. We got an update during the break. What just happened?
Yeah, they lost map 5 to 6 Kings, the former Risen squad, which for ARP, I thought they looked good in week number 1. We all thought that was going to be kind of a rollover matchup for them to get to 1-1. But now that they're 0-2 to start, this upcoming match becomes crucial for them to try to avoid staying in that lower 4 early, because now all of a sudden, losing to a team like 6 Kings, you're going to have to beat a top-tier team to get into the top 4.
And what I love is we get to see Simplicity versus a red-hot 6 Kings now in the matchup next. But right now, we've got Dice taking on ARP, and I want to start with this Dice squad. There's been a lot of love for this team. Beef Mommy, break it down for me. Who's on the roster, and what have they shown you throughout the first 2 days of competition?
An essential pickup that they had is actually Aerith. She's a really good sniper that came from Limited, and probably one of the reasons why Limited is having a very hard time right now, because they lost a good player. And I feel like for Bobby, he just keeps mentioning Says over and over again. I feel like an essential pickup again for DICE. There is a pretty good spot that DICE is in right now, because I think they can definitely handle a lot of the gunfights down, but I think it's just more of like polishing that chemistry that they have.
As a girl dad, I love to call out the female competitors. And Eric, Bobby, we got to give a shout out to this lady. Not only is she on a starting lineup, but she was also a sub when Luminosity finished 2nd in the past. So this is someone who's been with people who can go the distance. She's looking to lead this DICE team. Now, what are we looking for from her gameplay in particular?
It was interesting. Last week in her first appearance with this DICE squad, they actually transitioned her into an AR role, which is not something I've ever seen her do before. So I think it's something that's going to take a little bit of adjusting. I think ultimately they had too many SMGs. I think especially picking up size in place of somebody who was one of your main ARs in Yawn. Having that transition forced her into a difficult spot, and she's not had the best time adjusting, but I think we've already seen some improvements out of her, and I think we're going to continue to see her improve in that spot.
Looking forward to seeing her matchup. And of course, for DICE fans out there, what are the keys to success? Well, you got to keep building on what you did in your last few matchups. So walk me through these, Shift. You put it together for us. What do you want to see from DICE today?
Yeah, I think the thing, and Bobby hits on this perfectly, that role swap really did kind of hinder and hamper DICE in the hard point, I think, in terms of knowing what exactly their setups are going to look like when they're rotating. So if you're clean here versus ARP, should be fine. The other side of it is just don't break the rules, and you'll be okay, because they did drop map number 1 versus Risen due to making a couple of mistakes there. They still, I think, were ultimately fine. I still consider them having winning both those 2 hard points, but regardless of that, there were some critical moments where DICE were leaving the door open for Risen to get back into the game. So I think that's the biggest thing, is on respawn, just tidy up and kind of lock down the hatches a little bit.
All right, that is DICE. Let's talk about their opponent here, Beef Mom, because ARP is coming off that Game 5 loss. It's got to be a stinger. How do you just wipe that out of your brain and move forward?
This day has been very surprising, especially starting with that game number 1 where we saw teams that seem to be super solid. That's Luminosity, but ARP definitely going to be a solid team that we thought was going to perform, but with that loss, they need to find a way to kind of just forget about it and go up against a really good DICE team right now. But a player that I'm looking at right now is definitely going to be Chelsea. Again, we're going to talk about the girlies because she is a really good anchor for her team. She likes to go rotate early into those hard points, so I feel like she might be an essential player for them.
We got Aerith versus Chelsea, but I'm looking at Yawn in this battle. Bob, walk me through real quick the path to success here for ARP, and is Yawn a part of it?
Absolutely. He was a major piece that was lost for DICE in the middle of that big roster mania. So I think he's a phenomenal player and definitely has a solid place in this squad. Obviously, coming off of that loss, it throws our evaluation of them kind of out the window, because it was a close map that they played, or really match that they played against Luminosity, but dropping an entire series to a Risen squad that I think were widely considered to be bottom 2, and a Risen squad that also lost to the DICE squad that you're going to be going up against in what is essentially a 3-0, that puts that much more pressure on the rest of the players and means they need to step up in a big way.
ARP 0-2, desperate for a dub here to stay in the hunt for a top 4 placement. DICE has an opportunity to lock things up with a win here tonight. Beef, can you give me the prediction since you're not casting this one? Are we going to another Game 5 for ARP?
All right, I'm excited. I think ARP might take Hardpoint. But when it comes to that S&D, DICE might have an upper hand because they are the team that was able to pull a map of up against Tribe Gaming. So they're that sole team that was able to do that. So I'm looking like it's a solid S&D game and control possibly for DICE.
We got the picks and bans loaded up, so let's get Bobby's opinion on this one. As the maps are showing up at the bottom of your screen, are you happy here if you're an ARP fan? Bobby plays.
I definitely don't think Hacienda is going to be best case scenario for them. I think maybe the one opportunity to win that battle is trying to catch Aerith off guard in that AR position. I think we saw some struggles for her at the start of the first map that we saw for them. So there's potential where you can capitalize on that. But overall, I think a more fundamentally sound team in DICE is going to be able to capitalize there. And I would imagine the same in the meltdown and the standoff.
All right, that is the prediction here coming in from our casters. Let us know in the chat how you see things breaking down. This is match 3 of 4, day 2 from the NA Regionals. And remember, we still got Europe coming up. So if you haven't hit that follow button, subscribe to the channel, follow right now, and lock in. We got the game loading up here in just a moment. Our casters are going to be taking the desk, but I want to get your final thoughts here, I Hold Shift. You're coming in 5 versus 5, must-win scenario for ARP.
Yeah.
Hardpoint, search and destroy, control, a mix of all 3. How do you get it done?
It has to be a mix of all 3. I think this has to be like a 2-4-5 for them. I don't see them particularly doing well in the standoff control, but I do like ARP's chances on standoff search. The Hacienda Hardpoint is also one that I think DICE is going to love to see. They've played it twice so far, so they're definitely getting their reps up on it. This feels like it's going to have to be a 2-4-5 series here for ARP.
ARP with Yawn going up against his former team in DICE. We got Bobby Plays and I Hold Shift making their way over to the caster booth. And while you do it, it's another caster challenge. This time for Bobby Plays, please rank the top 5 snipers in COD MNA.
COD MNA. I mean, obviously Washi's got to be up there playing for one of the top squads in Luminosity. I don't think we can call them definitively the top squad anymore. After that, I don't know. I mean, Little B used to be up there, but he's washed now.
Did you see Noah absolutely cook him on the TL the other day?
I mean, that's like a daily occurrence for
Oh my God, that was
there's nothing surprising there. Top 5, I'm kind of blanking on snipers. Detry looked phenomenal.
Detry looked great.
He was absolutely cooking up against Luminosity, but he's going to have to step up big time now.
Space? Would you put Space up there?
I would put Space up there. He hasn't really been consistently in that sniper role, which is one of the reasons I'm kind of hesitant to do that. But I would say I'd probably put him up there. What teams are... Rihan, when Rihan's on, I would say he's up there as well. So
Fair. That's a tough question, honestly.
That is a tough question. I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been either, so props to you. But the thing about this is, and again, we don't know, like, what did ARP lose versus 6 Kings?
Yeah.
I have a suspicion they lost the 1-4-5. Obviously, they lost the 5th map because they lost at 5. But I have a feeling that ARP dropped both hard points.
I would guess you're probably right on that one. And I'm just now remembering we actually had an ARP DICE matchup in Stage 3 as well that DICE won 3-0. So coming into this one, it's a lot of things going against ARP. Right now, Chelsea set up on the outside and seemed like maybe a little lack of communication there for DICE as she finds a freebie. Going to be able to find another one as they break on through and ARP find their way into the hard point.
Yeah, it's a really peculiar breakoff for ARP. From the favored side, they throw 2 players through Rock to contest open hall. It gives up so much time as DICE are just able to freely get into Fountain, and now they've got the ability with these spawns towards Rock side just to play the entire hard point from this open side of the map and then move in towards Lambo. So for DICE, this is kind of a perfect situation as a start. ARP have a chance to try to contest some of this late time at the old hard point, but ultimately speaking, DICE have come out majorly on top of this opening setup.
Nice setup in the backside for Size to go ahead and anchor those spawns toward driveway. Chelsea shut down on the push on in. And Awaken's going to be there to reinforce things in the hard point. So they go ahead, spawn out toward Rocks. Aerith able to shut down one. Goes ahead and retreat, now puts Detri in a tough position to take the long-range gunfight. Veterans there to assist. And push from that water side is here for ARP, but got to find an entry,
Perfect.
and Veteran is there to make it happen with 3.
Yeah, absolutely perfectly done from the flank, getting over towards the top and jump, but Dice will spawn close, and oh my goodness, Hax just stays alive forever. Kimwax trying to contest, but ultimately shut down. Veteran from the front. Okay, another 3-piece in the mix. Reload stops him from finding more, but Detri gets in, and ARP will break from the front.
And Veteran was one of those players that, especially in Stage 3, I felt like had stepped up in a way that we hadn't really seen him do before. Maybe some of his not best performances in the last couple of games, but he's definitely stepping up in a big way as he finds 2 of those triple kills off the start. Unfortunately for him, it's better teamwork for Dice as they lock in a big chunk of that hard point time, but scraps are there for ARP.
Yep, not bad. Kind of a 30-30 swap there for both of our 2 teams. So not really a win or a loss for either side, but we rotate over towards fences. Dice are in position early. Not going to have much of a look here towards the top side of office. Just kind of holding from the inside of it as both Hax and Aerith are just going to play a crossfire setup. Veteran from the front once again creating problems early, though. Dice will create space top side, but ultimately ARP still went out, and they're going to get into the hard point first.
Ooh, risky pop of the Purifier. I think Veteran actually lost it right there. See if he gets any charge back on it. Teabag looking to clear out the final player, but it's going to be Chelsea getting the better of the gunfight, and ARP continuing to build on this lead, largely at the hands of Veteran. Heavy slaying power for them. Kimwax locking things down from the top side. War Machine shots connect at least partially. And Kimwax not going to be able to spot out Hax, but Veteran there for the trade once again.
This is not bad at all for ARP, though. They haven't lost control of office side since their initial push through. Yeah, there's some contests going on, but ultimately speaking, ARP have looked really solid in breaking down this Dice initial setup, and they're already throwing some members on rotation over towards News. So it'll be a 1v1 battle for the scrap. That does go the way of ARP. Over towards the new hard point. There's a chance here for Dice to have a couple of members here early, but they're still spawning towards the old hills. This will be a 50-50 battle as we open up our Rock Hill.
2 players looking to push in. Detri takes a boxing glove to the face there. Yawn still on the bottom side, locking down the water. Heck's going to be able to hit some shots through there. He's one player I felt like needed to step up. A couple of lackluster performances out of him in their last couple of games, but he is popping off right now. Detri on the bottom side, though, going to be pesky and tough to deal with. Aerith pushes on through on the top side. One more opportunity. It's actually going to be Teabag taking down the final player with the Annihilator in hand.
Yeah, really well done there. The combination of the Annihilator and the Purifier to shut down the majority of the push from ARP from the back. Veteran did a nice job over through Lambo, but he was the only player on the other side. He was looking for a pinch and is never able to come through thanks to the operators from Dice. So they'll claim the lead. Not going to be able to do much with the Predator missile. Trophy system blocking the majority of it, but Dice are still in the hard point for this back 15 seconds. Detri trying to change that. Awaken's 1 HP just in front of him, but Hack's trying to step in to block. Not really going to work out. Awaken the last player left, and ARP does find a way to get the final couple of kills. So we'll exit our first rotation of hills. 84 playing 69. Dice in the lead, and they're also cleaning up the exits here towards Old.
Well played by Teabag. Couple of crucial kills to give them that topside control early. Detri slides through, but you got to win that gunfight. SMG up against an LMG in the close range. There is no excuse there. Teabag still trying to catch players, pushing on through. Does exactly that. Kimwax shut down to the top side, and it's starting to get very blue in the feed right now as Dice seeming to grab the horns of this game.
The last thing you want if you're ARP is to be hitting through this mid connector. You want to get some high ground control. Teabag's already in position to stop the majority of those windows from being points of contest. So ARP not really working with a lot of great ground here, and Dice continue to just barely eke out the kill feed into their name. Veteran trying to sneak in, but he gets flashed up, and Dice will get the cleanup kills. Big swing over towards this first hard point. Going to be about a 40-point game or so as we rotate over towards Lambo. And, well, ARP will have the initial setup, but keep your eye on number 4 in blue. Saves this guy around the back.
Right now, it seems like ARP kind of abandoning most of their strategy and just kind of panicking, trying to make their way into the hard point. They have not had many bright spots since that first rotation over to P2. Right now, Hax looking to push on in, but it's the War Machines doing the damage on both sides. An absolute bloodbath in there. Looks like Dice will be the ones that get the better of it.
That was literally an overhead view that Michael Bay would blush at, dude. It was explosions all over the place. ARP still spawning close, but follow-up operators now out for Dice, trying to stop this play from the back end. Saves does well to get the Sparrow another connection. ARP stacking up. Here comes their break attempt. 3 from the front, 2 through Trophy. And the kills start to come the way of ARP. Couple members left to find in the back. Hacks able to get a double. He's been so survivable. And Awaken working, and with them, that will be a 2v5 hold for Dice.
ARP spawn out towards rocks. Once again, an attempted push on in, but Veteran dealt with immediately. Size now looking to hit rotation right here. Awaken should be able to find free time as the rest of the ARP players not even going to look to contest right here. And we've seen this lead build from what was basically a tie now all the way up to 90 points with very little increase from this ARP squad. Looking like they're starting to hit panic mode, especially being in the spot that they're in, down 2-0 right now. They cannot afford to lose composure.
No, not at all. And the thing about this Dice team, we watched them play Risen on this map, and Hacks did stuff like that all game long, where he was the last one left and just survived forever. So 168 plays 96. ARP had the initial setup over towards fences, but is immediately broken down. Spawns are still good, though. Saves is going to have to hold his life towards top office while the rest of Dice tries to funnel from the front. Veteran slides in, doesn't quite catch the timing, though, and Dice with the Predator missile will once again have at least an opportunity to neutralize the kill feed. Spawn's still good for ARP, but they're having a real tough time getting through number 4 in blue. It was Says, eventually, who does drop. Kimwax getting to work from the top side of stairs, but Dice are now in from the front, and they have done so well on this hill.
Big kill for Kimwax to at least get some time locked in here for ARP. Veteran going to be left there to pick up the scraps. Kimwax, big gunfight up against Teabag on the backside, but he gets away with his life, and right now it's going to be chaotic over on P4. Yawn set up, finds the early kill right there, but Hacks there to trade back. And once again, it's Dice with solid positioning, especially with Size up in top office.
I mean, Dice just play the map so darn well. Chelsea does find 2, creates a space here for ARP to try to hit from the front side of Lambo. Only one member in the hard point at the moment. That's going to be Hacks, who's got the claw out. Kimwax, again, I would say Kim has had a handful of war machines. This is number 3, but the problem is it only finds a single kill. ARP still use it as a chance to get Veteran in. He's going to try to keep his life while he's off the regen, but Hacks, he must be one of the most aggressive ARs that we have right now in North America. He's always one of the first players in and continually finds kills, and with that, Dice will break and now have a chance to put this game out of reach.
Pretty split spawns for ARP. They're now over toward water side, but nobody's dealt with Aerith. Somebody's got to clear her out, but they don't have an answer. 3 before she drops. It's just these Dice players taking turns on who's going to pop off, and ARP struggling to keep up. Chelsea round the corner, doesn't hit a bullet. She shuts down as well. And the Veteran Purifier in the top side going to go to waste as kill after kill going the way of Dice. They got the solid top side set up and are now in position to go ahead and win this on P1.
Yeah, it's just, again, you had mentioned it when we were here last. It's like the first rotation of hills is pretty darn tight, and then we got through the second set of Lambo, and Dice just absolutely turned it to 11. And now Says will put this game well within win condition. With the Sparrow finding a lot, you've got full streaks out for Says. Hacks is at 35, or 34, pardon me. It just, Dice is in control from start to finish, it's felt like.
Yep. And it seemed like they were going to put up a solid fight. At one point, they held a little bit of a lead, but it just seemed to be one point where the threads started to come unraveled, and boy, did it unravel quickly. Dice now sitting up 1-10 in this one as they look to close things out right here. Veteran doing everything he can to prolong the inevitable. Teabag's going to be able to spot out the final kill right there, and that's Dice with a convincing map 1 win.
Yeah, not good news here for ARP. And again, we don't know what happened in their series versus 6 Kings, but my suspicion is that they're not playing good hardpoint right now. And based on what we saw right there, it kind of feels like that very well may be the case. Now, again, I expect very fully that that was the selection for Dice to bring into the map pool, but still, there are just so many moments where it looks like Dice are about to get overwhelmed, and it's that man right there. Dude, Hacks has to be one of the most composed ARs that we've seen so far for North America. He will get into the hard point, and he will keep his life for what feels like forever with a Holger, brother. I mean, come on.
Yep. He was making crucial plays on every single point. And honestly, it's a lot of that play style with the Holger that we see from Gothilja over in Europe.
That's a good comparison.
The inside of the objective where you don't typically see those slower weapons, but because their timings with the pre-fires are so solid that the opposition doesn't have a chance to fire back. Aerith, couple crucial kills for a nice feed on that water side to get things cleaned up, and I would say she looked a lot more comfortable in that AR position as well.
Yeah, and there could be something about just having a conversation with your other ARs on the map. Like if Hax is going to say, yo, girl, I'm going to be in the hard point. You just lock down a lane, let our SMGs fly around, and that seems to be kind of the case. I mean, Hax gets almost a minute 30 inside the hard point. Aerith only gets about a minute, which is still good. But it's just one of those things that sometimes you just have to make the conversation happen. Like, hey, looking over the VOD, we're watching the same stuff, or we're playing too separated from our SMGs. Just let's get together, have a little kumbaya conversation, and then figure it out. And I think you're right. I think she looked much more comfortable on that particular map, and it's a good start here for DICE.
One thing I just realized is that ARP versus Six Kings match was actually a grudge match for Mago, who had spent an entire month with that ARP squad in a gaming house, getting ready for stage 4, got dropped, got picked up by Six Kings, took them down in stage 4. That's what it's all about.
I feel like every other match we have is like a revenge match for somebody.
Oh, it is, because everybody, I think with the exception of Luminosity, every single roster had a major change.
Yep.
So there we go.
Byproduct of North American roster mania exists across every form of Call of Duty. Now we've got Meltdown for map number 2, though. And if you're ARP, you can't go down 0-2 in this map set. So it feels like this is going to be kind of a must-win scenario for them. The thing about it is, do they even have any sort of composure here? After dropping a map 5 versus 6 Kings, getting blown out of the water in map 1 here, it feels like, you know, the boat's taking on more water than it should be at the moment for ARP.
Yeah, and it's not like these are even losses to teams that you would expect to lose to. Like,
exactly.
They still have the heart of their schedule to go through. And with a loss to already 6 Kings, that puts you in such a difficult spot. DICE is another roster that will very likely be contending for one of those top 4 spots. You can't afford to lose this one. You got to go big in the S&D. Obviously, Detri was absolutely phenomenal with the sniper in hand up against Luminosity. They're going to need him to step up once again.
See how it goes. It'll be the offense for ARP to start. DICE coming off the spawn, looks to be kind of a 2-2-1 split. A lot of focus through mid-map here. Smokes will embellish the majority of it, but Kim with the shotgun out almost gets both. Saves responds. Awaken, the only defender inside of A, also tallies a first blood kill, and with that, we'll have everything neutralized to a very early 3v3.
That was as chaotic as can be. Veteran on the top side, trying to sniff out Awaken. Cheeky little climb up the ladder, and T-Bag's got his back. Nice little two-piece right there as DICE find a way to clean up a messy start to the round. And not the start that ARP are looking for.
I think it was just a little bit too cute for ARP. You get to that 3v3 with a minute and 50 still on the clock. Take your time. Feel things out. But ARP tried to get a little bit too deep. Gets punished for it. Opening nades once again, mostly encompassing the middle of the map. Awaken does make contact over towards A. First blood for Hax, though, playing around the outside. Awaken can recontest the inside of Pizza here, and well, the trades do come out again with ARP on top. Last one left is Says, shotgun in hand. Kim giving Says a chance, but that's just not the range you want with the R9, and now he's completely stuck behind a wall. Nowhere to go as Detri will punish and ARP respond.
Flashbang can only get you so far in that situation. Nice attempt. I mean, maybe just with the way that Flashbangs and combo work, he very well could have 1v5 that squad, but unfortunately it won't go through. ARP keep things even, and Detri does step up in that round, 2 kills to his name, so we'll see if he can continue that as the squad continues to look to him, and DICE sending on over to A. There's not a whole lot here to defend, and right now B is going to be wide open and ready for the taking for
ARP. This timing, though, on the long flank. Saves and Hax quickly behind. Yawn. Oh, what a shot. Elcar in hand. Second one down low. Hax will get the trade. Aerith from the front has also made life a little bit easier as still more finesse comes through. But ARP once again winning the gunfights, leaving Aerith by herself. 1v3 situation has Chelsea just around the corner. And that would be a tough check for anybody, considering that's a 50-50 challenge right there. Aerith does create a little bit of space to play off balcony. And also has a Fennec to play with. First shots are good. 15 seconds, 1v2.
if she hits this shot onto Veteran, it's possible. But if I had to guess, he's not peeking anytime soon. Has a nade to work with over the top, and even though it won't connect, not enough time for her to work with. Kim Wax drops on down with a shotgun to the noggin. And ARP have found a way to bounce back. Now taking the lead in this one. Kim Wax having a big impact with that shotgun as well. Got to keep an eye on him and how he controls the mid-map.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part of this so far for ARP is that they're happy to take these very quick opening engagements in tight spaces. This time, though, it'll only be Kim playing bottom mid, trying to sneak through, saves up top, just runs right through the smoke, tries to reinforce over towards B, but there's just not an angle to get in. Once again, the defense just very short-handed towards this opening contest at B, and ARP hold a 5v3 advantage with the bomb being planted.
And it seems like ARP still have no idea that Kim Wax has made his way all the way through mid, so he's able to hit a flank now. Nades go over top, but Kim Wax is there, and he picks up another crucial kill. 2 players remain for Dice right here. Size trying to find an angle, trying to find a push, but coming through mid generators is not going to make anything easy. Kim Wax on a flank, but nobody to hit. And right now, it seems like it's all down to Aerith. She's spotted out, and that is 3 straight convincing rounds for ARP.
This defense needs to modify, and I think a lot of it is just, hey, if we want to stack through mid with numbers, that's fine, but throw your nades towards the backside of this B site. At the moment, it's just been way too free for ARP to run through. And I would imagine you should just take the moniker, if it ain't broke, don't fix it if you're ARP. Seems to be the case once again with a heavy hit opening through mid. Lots of stuns and nades are going to hit through the smoke. Kim will get a little bit of a pinch here through mid as Detry will find first blood through the middle of the map. Teabag holding deep though, puts together a good response, and yeah, defensively this time, Dice do find the kills needed to make sure that the bomb does not get planted towards B. A lot of focus through mid map, and all of it turning up in favor of Dice.
Love the adjustments right there. You know that they're going to send at least one aggressive player through mid, so you sit back, let the ARs and the long-range SMGs make them pay. And now all down to Yawn trying to save the round for ARP. He's got a sniper in hand, but looks like they're pretty content to play the inside of Pizza, and Aerith going to go ahead and hold this cross angle through mid. No audio cues given so far. Yawn going to look to play the long game on this one, but he's got a lot of corners to check.
Yeah, lots of time, but it's not going to feel like a lot of time considering what has to happen here for Yawn. Aerith making a check through window. That'll be seen, but Aerith will hit the shot. And Dice will battle back to bring the citizen within 1. And I think the biggest thing about it is, yeah, just play a little bit more passive. Just don't let ARP take every single opening gunfight. Leave someone in reserve, and that worked out nicely for Dice.
Well, the game of chess continues. We'll see what ARP does to adjust this time around. Obviously, eyes on Kim Wax once again as Veteran's the one with the bomb in hand, and this time they fully send on into A, and there is no type of defense here. Aerith gets one hit marker and immediately backs off. Size is there. That's a big kill, and if he can catch another, the push may fall apart right here. Chelsea's able to find one, but immediately traded out. Detry's got to hit the shots and finds the kill. It wasn't pretty, but they take the bomb site and leave all things down to Aerith.
Yeah, literally a whisker away from making major mistakes if you're ARP, leaving that mid-cross open for that long. But they do eventually clean up the kills needed. And Aerith is going to say, how many 1v multiples do I have to go through in this game? And the answer is not many more. At least not from that side. 4-2 the half. ARP solid. A lot of it just was straight up aggression. I'm curious to see what they want to do defensively with that same mentality, or do you switch it up?
Yeah, I've got a feeling that Kim Wax is feeling pretty comfortable in the positions he's been able to get into. It looks like he's going to at least head that direction this time around once again, this time hopping up into that generator window. And with that positioning right there, anybody that wants to cross has to deal with him first. Detry forced back off the contact of the nade, but Kim Wax is there, finding yet another first blood for ARP.
This post plant's gonna be so hard to break down if you're ARP. Although Detry gets 1 step away from the gunfight, nearly takes down a second. Kim Wax sliding forward. Will take another kill with the shotgun in hand, leaving just Awaken and Aerith on top of the site to defend in this 3v2. And the nade will land. Wow, the late nade lands, and Kim Wax will follow up, finding Awaken the more traditional way, and ARP are up 5-2.
And one thing I haven't really noticed, but Detry is still having himself a game. 9 kills on the board. We haven't gotten to see that much of his POV, but still having a big impact for ARP. We knew that was what they needed if they were going to have a chance here in the search and destroy. So They're off to a great start. Same on the defensive side. And once again, you're going to let the sniper control that long lane over on the B side. And it's once again going to be Kimwax getting hopped up in the mid-map.
And Dice are having a real tough time just getting anything going off the rip, it feels like. Some of that by tempo from ARP, others by just good set nades. And now all of a sudden ARP defensively will get through A. You've got Kim just making sure nobody pushes through the mid connector. Bomb will be planted here, but this is all about post-plant retake if you're ARP. Yon drops. That tree in trouble also falls. So the defense from the front completely obliterated. And now Dice's setup is very, very aware that there should be a flank on the way.
Kimwax is in a solid spot if somebody has to make their way through, but Dice can just sit there and wait, and the head glitch that Awaken has to work with should make the kills as free as he could hope. Hack's going to find one and hop up onto Veteran, now all down to Chelsea. That's a 5-0 round for Dice as they look to bounce back.
Yeah, and for ARP, you're forced into some gunfights that you didn't want from your defensive side of the map through B. And that is one of those moments that if you have 2 subs, which I believe they did, playing the backside of Days, you have to be able to out-trade and give some time for that flank to come all the way through A, because ARP absolutely knew where that hit was coming from, the early push through on A, but just could not quite handle it. So Dice stay alive. Another quick hit over towards B site. Detry sniping this round will actually have to be backed off, and now it's really just Kimwax, the only player who could possibly defend, but again, you assume that Kim's got the shotgun out, and as Saves makes the play through bottom mid, numbers will once again favor Dice on their post-plant setup.
That's not the player that you want to lose if you're ARP. Chelsea just does not see Size out of the corner of her eye. And right now the pressure onto Detry, but the snipe's not connecting. They were the other day. Hits the follow-up onto Aerith, but still a lot of work to do. Kimwax opens things up as Size drops, but 2 trades go the way of Dice. And with only Veteran left to clutch up, should be pretty easy to deal with as Hax takes him down. Now back-to-back rounds for Dice as this is far from over.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds, and it's in the fashion of how they were won. Getting control of B early and then also pushing through, taking over the defensive side of these generators. Can't allow that to happen if you're ARP. And Dice will go right back to it. This time, look at the defense, though. 3-man stack towards outer B, double stack in towards mid, so they're giving up the A site here. Lots of nades over the top for both sides, and it looks like there actually may be some awareness here. Dice are throwing nades and making the hard pivot to A. This is brilliant, but ARP should be getting a whisper of this just due to the fact that the opening nades haven't led to a first point of contact. Someone surely should be rotating over to A by now.
And Kimwax is in bottom of mid right now, so he should have gotten the audio cues on all the players crossing. Yon's going to get hopped up there. And a big shot for Yon onto Aerith to put a little bit of a dent as Detry connects onto Awaken as well. Kimwax takes down Size, and the brilliant move gets countered hard by that crucial information for Kimwax, and now the 2 remaining players left to defend. Detry's not going to be able to connect, maybe a little overzealous, but fortunately for him, Chelsea's going to be there to take down Hax. Not a single kill on the round for Dice. And now ARP a chance to tie this up.
And I think the biggest thing about that is Detry's late grenade. I mean, with all the chaos that was coming over by utility from the B site, for him to still hold on to a frag and then put it perfectly on top of the planter, massive. Because if that bomb gets planted, even though ARP got the first 2 kills, Dice's post plant would have been hard to break down, but they stopped the plant, they get an extra kill, and now we're on map point. Trophy system's down here for Dice, but Detry doesn't need the nades, gets the sniper rifle to hit. And there will be a commitment here for Dice to try to stay on B, but they don't have a lot of success until Aerith is able to at least counter back when we go 4v4.
And maybe bit off a little more than he could chew on that one. Didn't need to back up that far, play the position that you've got. That's a big opening for Dice, and now pressure on as Yon's in a tough position. Kimwax gonna get taken down, so is he. Just like that, the man advantage for Dice as they look to push through a difficult mid-angle. Flashbang does go over top. That gives them visibility. Chelsea opens up with 2, and now it's all down to Aerith to defend on the site. Backside of generators, an opportunity to clutch up the round. The bomb has been hopped right here. Chelsea gets off the 1v1. She may have blown the opportunity right there. No peeks out of Aerith. It looks like the time will go her way.
Wow. I mean, that's initially a massive mistake from Dice. You literally saw the flashbang hitting you in the face, and you still choose to take that challenge, and you put your teammate in a very tough 1v2. But Aerith does survive through it, finding both the kills and also doing a nice job of finessing the game clock. So now 5-6 the tally. Dice once again off the spawn. Go over towards B. Trophies in place. Keep them safe from nades. Detry looking for a snipe through stair side, but gets flashed off the angle. And Dice now looking to step forward. Veteran in their way. And there will be a little bit of help here from mid-map as well, as ARP look to have some pretty solid control here at B.
Another crucial first blood out of Detry. He's been so good, 13 kills, but Sai sneaks through. Veteran finds the planter right there, but Sai's still pushed up. Tough to make your way through that mid-entry, but Chelsea on a nice flank right here. Should be able to spot out Aerith, but she gets the better of the gunfight. And now all onto Kimwax. Bomb's going to go down, spotted out through mid. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves some overtime.
Wow, wow, wow. That is just unbelievable timing. Considering the circumstances, Dice trying to commit to a plant when they don't have full control over the B platforms, and they still find a way to counter out the kill. So we'll swap the sides. Dice will go back to defense. Opening 4-man hit immediately in towards A. The only player here is Says, who does get, well, he gets a little bit deleted, only finding one. Yon follows up with a long snipe through mid, and this should lead surely to a plant here at A, but Teabag's nade stops it a little while longer, and now Dice are finding kills behind this.
Ooh, and Kimwax spots Aerith, but it's not going to be enough to find the kill. Flashbang does connect. Should be a free double kill if he wants to peek it, but Aerith makes him pay. Able to recover from the flashbang, and now all on to Chelsea to try to clutch up the round. Peeks out. This is a ballsy push, and it's going to be rough for you to get back to the bomb in time to Chell. 2 players in the way. Aerith has picked up the shotgun, and Dice now fire back as they only need one more round to take the 2-0 lead.
It's just another one of those moments of you saw the info, you flashed out the door, you know that there's somebody there. Initially with that shoulder check through mid, you say, I don't see anybody, I gotta back off. But again, the shotgun shell at too long of a range allows Dice to get a couple of critical kills, and now they hold the advantage here in the overtime. And on their offensive attempt, it'll be a 5-man hit over towards B, with Saves once again playing inside towards these boiler rooms. Detry doesn't see much. Trophy system does not get down in time to keep him safe. Frag grenade will also land, bouncing right into his lap. And Dice have a 5v4.
I don't have a good feeling about this for Dice right now. Detry taken down already. Teabag pushed way up into the sniper's nest, and the bomb going down early. They have not looked strong on the retake, and so many consecutive bad COD timings for them. They are super grouped up with no type of map control, and all the pressure onto Yawn to find the opener. You got Teabag tucked away in a corner to be dealt with. Nades do connect over top, but not enough for the kill, and the initial push is crucial.
Yeah, this is all just trying to overwhelm and flood, and ARP starting to find some success. Saves through mid-map, though, working alongside Hacks, and they will find a way to start to get the trades. Now just on to Yawn. 1v2 situation, just hoping and praying some of these snipes will hit, but Aerith will back away. Time becoming an issue. Even though Yawn finds the kill, there will not be enough time for him to jump on for the defuse. A tight map, but still, Dice survive through it and win it 8-6.
Man, that was ARP's game to lose.
Yes, it was.
They lost it.
Yep.
5-2. 5-2 lead right there, and so many rounds that could have gone multiple ways. Crucial mistakes made at so many turns, and ARP now sit down 2-0 and are on the brink of moving to 3-0 here, or 0-3 in stage 4.
Yeah, and this map, I think, was a battle between offensive halves, where for ARP, quick early contact right through mid forced the defense to have to move and rotate essentially into you, and it worked out beautifully for them for a 4-2 half. But on the other side, how many times did we see Dice just running through generator and finding so much space through B, whether that be inside a boiler or deep towards the defensive sniper's nest? It just felt like ARP and Dice both were giving away too much space defensively until we got to overtime, where Dice were able to kind of get a read and stop that ARP offense over towards the A site. Cheeky idea, but it doesn't fully work out. Aerith gets 15 total kills as well. Massive game from her.
Yeah, she was the player we were looking to step up a little bit more. She's done that for sure. I feel like we weren't really pointing it into any of the individual performances out of the Dice players early in the game, and they just kept making plays after plays. And I think especially the snipe that she hit through the flashbang onto Kimwax, that seemed like the turning point where everything started to fall apart for ARP.
And the thing about it, and you mentioned this with Aerith kind of swapping over towards the main AR role, she still feels comfortable with the sub in her hand. The 1v2 with the Fennec in hand, did it a couple of times actually where she came off spawn, not sniping, instead pulling out an SMG, and that other level of versatility and dynamic that you don't necessarily get from a lot of other teams in North America could be a huge staple towards this DICE team's success. So they're up 2-0. We've got a standoff though for the control. We expect this to be very defensively sided as it often is. Any lifelines here for ARP in your mind? Or you just want to go, you want to get a little low? It's real low on this one. Yeah.
Maybe like back against the wall, adrenaline's pumping. This is where you bounce back. I mean, ultimately, I feel like even if ARP are not at the top of their game, if they can get defensive side to start, they've got a shot.
Fair enough. It's a fair point. The thing about it is, and we said this in EU, we haven't said it yet officially on North American broadcast, but you start 0-3 in this group stage, you have to win out, and you still have to hope you likely win a tiebreaker to get into the playoffs. So ARP are in big time trouble right now after dropping the map 5 versus 6 Kings earlier off broadcast, and now possibly facing a 3-0 loss to go 0-3. That would be critically bad towards their chances at making playoffs. Where on the other side, DICE is going to be feeling pretty darn confident. Played a couple of good teams, got a couple of wins under your belt. Could be big for them.
This is just not what I was expecting out of ARP with how closely they played Luminosity. And honestly, like the further we get into this, I'm starting to question how much we should be believing in Luminosity. The fact that they played a close match against an ARP team that is getting picked apart by every other competition they go up against.
Yep.
I think what we're learning more than anything is that Luminosity has a lot of work to be done because they've still yet to go against the heart of their schedule.
I agree. This could be a fun end of the season. This is day 2 for us. I mean, we're going to be through 4 matches for each of these 2 teams, or each of these teams rather, by the time we get done with everything. But there are some major question marks that are starting to pop up. But for now, it's all about can ARP bounce back. So the rest of this series will not just be this standoff. They then have to go through Apocalypse Hardpoint, and then they finish on the standoff surge. So we'll see how things go, but it does start off right here, right now, and ARP will be, I think, on the offense. There may be a side swap thing, though, as we will get a lobby reset.
Lost that round, but it's not over
That
yet.
is the only hope for ARP. I mean, like, and maybe that's the reason they left the lobby, you know? Maybe we got to get that situated. I think that this ARP team does have talent. I think what a lot of these teams are realizing is the shiny player that you can potentially pick up in roster mania a week before you've started, when you've had a month, 2 months, 3 months practicing with the same roster. It seems like a good idea in the moment, but it is backfired for so many of these teams. And honestly, I'm hoping that come next year, come whatever it is heading into stage 5, maybe some of these teams reevaluate and prioritize the chemistry that they've built and trust the system rather than just saying, oh, that guy has a good KD, let's pick him up.
Let me introduce you to North American Call of Duty, because this happens on a weekly basis in the regular multiplayer, and everyone is looking for the best formula. That's really what it comes down to. But I agree. There are often times, we have this conversation all the time when it comes to the regular Challenger season, where it's just like, yeah, you guys may have lost the map 5 somewhere. Doesn't mean your team is chalked. Yep. Who knows? Hard to say. Everyone's searching for the perfect formula, though, as they try to get in towards a chance for stage 5. But at the moment, ARP's hopes of that start to seemingly go out the window as we get the reset ready to go. Looks like the sides will stay the same. So the focus starts here with ARP. What can you do on this opening offense to get yourself started off on the right foot?
You've got to get some of that back alley map control. Chelsea. Opening push right here, I think, is going to get spotted out by T-Bag. Detry going to be able to win one, but T-Bag shuts down Chelsea. So
bad.
Now an opportunity for DICE to get pushed up, but it's mostly ARP in the kill feed. Hex shut down there too. And a strong B push right here. If you can get this captured early, this can be a fast round 1 on the offensive side.
Detry on the pinch as well. If he gets control of Bakery, this could be terrible for DICE. And oh boy, first tick lock, double stack on towards B. They deal with the flank as well. And DICE are finding nothing off spawn. They actually only have 2 kills. And it's all for what T-Bag did to open things up through gas station side. So the third tick is going to get locked. And ARP may have taken him 2 maps, but boy, have they showed up.
Where have you guys been for the last 30 minutes? We were waiting on you the entire time. Size pushes up. Not going to be shut down, at least not yet, as Dice start to bounce back right here. And even off the slow start, they fire back, but a player hops the objective for ARP right here. It's going to be Detry. Has to be dealt with. Awaken pushes up, even with the audio cues, going to be able to win the gunfight. Right now, ARP, slow things down. Don't get too aggressive right here. These lives start disappearing. It will happen quickly at the hands of the spawn trap.
Oh, teabag. Oh, my goodness. If he gets that second, that would have been a huge shutdown for ARP, not having a lot of maps to work with, but Awaken off spawn is able to pop up, find the kills needed. Saves trying to finesse to keep his life, not going to work out. ARP finding a couple of trade back kills. Now a chance to try to contest the zone, but Hax is, of course, in place and ready to go. Detry still tries to find the trade and will be successful in the endeavor, and jumps on to stop the clock at 1:26. Second tick of progress being worked on, but the biggest thing here for ARP is a significant life lead.
Yep. Up 8 right now, and still 1:20 to work with. Should be super, super winnable. And your main goal right now is to win with as big of a life lead as you possibly can. They're going to go ahead and hop the objective right here, and Dice don't really seem to have much intent of stopping that anytime soon. Sai's going to be able to find one. Flashbang's perfectly timed, and he picks up another, so at the very least, ending some streaks, but with only 1 life left. Should be enough for ARP to take the opening round. And just like that, the natural advantage is equalized.
Big stuff there for ARP. Had a couple operators get charged up by the end, of course, so they will hold an advantage here on this opening defense, and they could really put a snowball into place early here if they were able to find opening kills off the break. So now the focus immediately gets transitioned over to Dice. Can you put together a good break off? Lots of trophies through mid-map as Dice just sprints on forward through mid-street. Hack's able to find first blood. Veteran trying to dance with the devil, and he gets punished for it. How about the opening for Dice as they stop the clock jumping on it?
It will be interesting if they look to snowball with those operators. 4 ready to go, none called in yet. And on the defensive side, this time it's ARP getting picked apart. Detry looking for the one player in the inside of Factory right there. He's going to be able to do that, but teammates continue to drop. Finally, a solid feed going through for ARP, and maybe an opening to finally make some usage out of those operators.
Oh, but the War Machine comes out. Can you get the second tick of progress locked? Yes, Awaken does it by himself. Aerith is here to assist. What is going on, ARP? You've got members nearby. Pop an operator, reclaim this zone. Kills are still not convincing enough. Yawn will eventually get the final kill needed to deplete progress of the third tick, but Dice now have operators earned up of their own, and they already have 2 ticks of progress at this A zone.
Are they just going to waste an entire round of operator progress? Like, I understand you want to make sure you can win your offensive rounds. You got to win the defensive rounds, too. Right now, they find themselves down in lives. They've forced Dice to use all their operators, but they've used it to build a life advantage. Detry finally uses his, but no value to be found, and you've still got to deal with Teabag with an Annihilator in hand.
Does get shut down. Peer fire off for Veteran, reclaims the B zone, but the problem is Awaken has gotten into topside white. Oh, and he's going to read all of this. Chelsea, no chance. It gets picked off spawn. Now an extra step forward for Awaken, but does not tally. Yawn just below him. 14 plays 10. Veteran's Purifier does expire, but Dice are out trading ARP still. They have a 4 life lead and 90 seconds to make good on these last 8 lives to win their offense.
There's 2 operators available for each team. The question is, do you want to invest? ARP finally bringing the life lead back into their hands, or at least minimizing what Dice has been able to build, in a big pick out of Teabag. But right now, only 2 lives in the lead.
Oh, man.
Those 2 are going to be crucial, though. Chelsea and Yawn, big decision up ahead. Do you want to invest? I hope you can clutch it up. Chelsea's going to use the Sparrow. She's got to go big right here. Big shots from Aerith. She's not going to win the gunfight, but the damage goes through to find the kill anyway.
Kim steps up. Does have the boxes to use as a heady, but Hax is still playing off this pitch, waiting for someone to challenge. And the longer this takes, the better this is for Dice, because they know for a fact they can work around from the front or possibly hit a bit of a pinch. It's all going to come from the front side. Yawn by themselves, 1v4 situation. Only going to have a little bit of time to work with here as the first tick of progress is locked in. 2 members on at the moment. Play through mid-map, it saves with a shotgun. And that is 4 operators that get pulled very late for ARP. And it doesn't help them win the defensive rounds. And Bobby's about to have an aneurysm.
I mean, not only did they not use, like, you had so much wasted time where you could have been recharging operators. Even if you don't get max value, you have got to win the defensive rounds. You did what you needed to do, took it offense, and just like that, any advantage that you built yourself has gone completely to waste. They get a 1 life lead here off the start of this one. But such a devastating missed opportunity for ARP.
Yeah, ARP though, okay, off offense. Again, you wouldn't think that standoff was a defensively sided map based on how these breakoffs have gone. Clock stops at 1:10. Second ticket progress being worked out. Awaken having a tough time finding Detry, but eventually connects. The beatdown is there. But the second ticket progress, Solomon, meanwhile, gets locked in, and ARP are enjoying a 5 life lead.
I don't know. Maybe it's not offensive. Maybe everybody else is just really bad at playing standoff. I can't even tell anymore. Full A capture already for ARP. They've got the life lead. Hack's looking to get pushed up, try to clear off the objective, but it's already capped. Kimwax holding the cross. 2 players left to defend on this B objective. Hack's lurking, but he's spotted out immediately by Veteran, and once again, the bulk of the kills going the way of the offense.
Yeah. Defense, though, still has some space to work with from inside B. Teabag is also trying to be a nuisance over through Hotel. ARP have mid-street control, though, and Awaken are actually just trying to force something out with the War Machine. That'll clear off the front side of the zone, and Hacks will follow up by controlling Elbow. Still some space here, though, for ARP to work with. Thing about it is this has taken some time for them to develop an actual setup, and it will come down likely to who makes the first call on the offensive side to pop an operator to try to break the code.
Let's see. 2 charged up and ready to go. A couple streaks available as well. Kimwax with a nade over top to take down Awaken. And with that, it opens an opportunity to push on to B. So the War Machine is there and should be able to keep that doorway cleared off for a little bit. Wrap around size. Sparrow goes big. 2 kills for him and still a few more shots to work with. But the nade over top from Detry is perfect. And just like that, the operator is equalized. Still 3 available for ARP if they want it.
Dude, Hax is such a finesse god. Oh my goodness. Every time I see his POV and he's in a 1v multiple situation, he is playing the situation perfectly. 7 plays 10 though. Clock becoming a bit of an issue. Says having a tough time with the R9, but eventually connects. Hit from the front. Hack's still alive and Cubby, oh, but yawns. Annihilator will eventually put him to rest. 6v7 situation. 33 seconds on the clock, and Dice are not giving Yawn a chance to do too much with this Annihilator from the front.
Ooh, cheeky spot for Awaken. Finds one. Plays his life. Reinforcements are there, but he doesn't need it. Does it all himself and earns a Hunter Killer, but it can't connect around the wall. ARP now down to 1 life right here. It's only Veteran to try to clutch up. And with 14 seconds, it looks like another winnable round gonna go to waste with operators left in their pockets. And the 1v4, there's just no time to make it happen.
Nope. Had to make a desperate pull, not going to work out. Dice now up 2-1. And they finally have broken the mold. Maybe. Maybe they've broken the mold. 3 operators at the ready here for Dice as they swap over to the offense. Other side of things, still 3 operators at the ready for ARP, but I don't know. It may be one of those things that we need to see it sooner rather than later here if they want to have a chance to win a round 5 offense if we even get there in the first place, as Dice will have the Purifier out for Aerith. And the clock already stops at 1:22 with progress being made today.
50-50s off the start. ARP get the better of a couple. Teabag. Oh, that's a punishing Annihilator. Claw taken out of the equation. Aerith hasn't had a great game, but the Purifier's ready to go right now. Teabag just looking for something. Flashbangs connect over top. That gives them information and a big kill for Yawn. So it looked like maybe a snowball opportunity for Dice off the start. They get that A objective captured a decent portion of the way. Oh, but at the very least, you've kept the lives fairly even.
And Veteran should be popping a Purifier here to go clear, but he gets shut down by Says, who turns it into a double. Oh my goodness, how about 3 for Says? A late nade connects, but the A zone's gone, and now all of a sudden there's focus over towards B. Teabag in front. Veteran's Purifier finally comes through, and it will save this first tick of progress at B.
And you've got to play this as long as you possibly can. Realistically, you need some, you need a trophy, and there's no trophy.
Oh, no.
Awaken has been so big with that War Machine. So many big clears. So many well-timed kills, and now you got to deal with size. Prone with a shotgun on the other side of the doorway. They try to slide out, but it doesn't matter. He reads it perfectly, and that Sparrow's going to clear off that doorway for the foreseeable future. They're forced to wrap mid-street right here, and I don't know if there's enough time to make their way into the objective. Hax pops the claw, and that might be enough to lock in the win for Dice.
Yeah, not looking good. Last attempt trying to break this from the front. Chelsea on the way in gets the opening contest. Nade over the top also works out, but no one cleared out Hax, who gets a double. Aerith may have been a slow game, but she nearly wins it herself. Detry saves it for the time being, but it's a 12v2. Pretty much a moot point, you'd think, with this much time on the clock. And oh man, Dice just punished from start to finish. Last one left is Yawn, and as he drops, it's going to be a 3-0. Dice on top, and ARP fall to an 0-3 tally in their first couple of games here in the round robin.
History repeats itself. The same scoreline that we saw in stage 3.
Yep.
But realistically, a very avoidable 3-0 for ARP, and just too many missed opportunities there in the control.
And, you know, that's the thing about the NA schedule, maybe even comparatively to the EU schedule, is you're playing 2 games on the day comparatively to 1. So if you're in a little bit of a mental funk coming out of a Map 5 loss, you don't have time to review over it outside of quick conversations, and then you follow up by making some pretty critical errors throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, the Hacienda got out of hand, but the meltdown was very winnable. 4-2 up, get to overtime, just lose momentum on it. And then again, here you open up with a great offense, have 5 operators at one point on the defensive side. Don't pop them until it's too late. Ah, man, it's going to feel real rough, I think, for ARP coming out of today. 0-3 in the leaderboard in a series here that was definitely extendable, if not winnable.
Man, I had high hopes for ARP.
Me too.
Like, realistically, I thought at worst top 5, and they fall apart there, Chris.
Brutal finish to a tough series for ARP and a big win for Dice. They get it done in a 3-0. It was a little mixy there for a moment, Beef Mommy, but let's get the big takeaway. MVP for Dice. Who gets the award tonight?
My goodness, I can't choose a single person. I mean, you know, hacks are always going to be there in those angles, just dealing with so much multi-kills. Aerith stepping up when she needed the most when it comes to that S&D, getting those really big 1v2 clutches. And every single time the MVP just changes. So I think in this Dice squad, everyone is stepping up. I can't just say with just one person here.
Beef Mommy, MVP for Dice. I'm here now, Beef. You got to deal with it.
Fine. Okay, you know what? I'm going big for hacks, man. I
Me too.
Shift, who has been like complimenting him, but his gameplay, even though if he doesn't get MVP, it is high impact kills that changes the tide of the game, especially in that control matchup.
So fun to watch. Hax is going to get our unofficial MVP award. Congratulations, my guy. But more importantly, if you're this Dice squad, you're picking up a very important second win. Bobby Plays, tell me about this team. Did they live up to your expectations in this series? Did they falter a bit more than you expected? What did they show you tonight?
Realistically, I think they could have won this a lot more convincingly than they did, and I think a lot of area for improvement, but it seems like that's kind of been the case for just about every top dog in NA that we've looked at, maybe with the exception of Tribe. So I would say Dice definitely performed where they need to, but I think definitely some sharpening up, especially when it comes to the search and destroy and the control.
I think hopes of a top 3 finish are dashed right now for ARP, but if you're taking away some positives from this series, who impressed you from ARP tonight, Shift?
Man, it's tough to put the finger onto one player, and I know you're going to try to call me out for that, but I think, and for me, it still lives with the 3 more newer players.
Okay.
Looking at Detry and Chelsea and them, trying to live up to the expectation of the other veteran players on this roster. Great moments, but I still need to see, I think, more overall from them. Getting 1v2'd, I think, was kind of the biggest thing. I think they were actually the last 2 that were left, if I'm not mistaken. So those are things that you kind of just cannot have happen. And I think this lack of consistency for this ARP team, where you've got Detry at one point pops off, other times makes a huge critical error. Same thing can be said for anyone on that roster, but it just feels like there's a consistency problem with this team.
Well, the one thing consistent for them is 2 losses on a day that they hope to forget. Let's take a look at your leaderboard and update you where we're at we are midway through this group stage, and you can see 3-0 for Tribe and Luminosity. Have them locked up in the top spot. Dice guarantees their top 3 for now, but Simplicity and Six Kings are still yet to play at the end of the night. For ARP Unlimited, it is not looking pretty. Currently 0-3, trying to climb that leaderboard, but plenty of games still to go, and we're going to see more after this. Congratulations to everyone who started the stream with us and is still awake right now. I got great news. If you were hoping for a 4th match, well, I got it loaded up for you, and it's 2 teams desperate for a W. You don't want to go anywhere. When we come back, Simplicity takes on the former Risen, now going by the name of Six Kings.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back, everybody. We have Jesus versus Risen, a.k.a. Six Kings, taking on Simplicity. It's Chris Bucket back here hanging out with the crew. I got my man, I hold shift, Bobby plays, and Beef Mommy down at the end. And Beef, let's start here with Simplicity. Our squad is 1-1, looking to improve to 2-1 to tie that 3rd place. Who's on the roster? Who we liking tonight?
You already said it. Jesus is going to be in that roster, and probably one of the bigger names that everyone is expecting to kind of just step up. And another big name, Blur, a really interesting pickup, but obviously this guy needs no introduction. He's really talented when it comes to that AR. Obviously he shredded last year when it comes to that SKS, but interested to see the team chemistry this time around.
One thing I take away from that graphic is they don't have jerseys Bobby plays.
No.
And the one jerseys that we saw on Blur is a Tribe jersey. So Simplicity, just from an outsider's point of view, this is a team trying to climb up the ranks amongst the top orgs. What do you want to see from this squad tonight?
I mean, I think leadership, we saw what the absence of Jesus did last week in the way that they got completely picked apart against Tribe following the fact that they 2-0'd Tribe in Stage 3. We know they're capable of competing with the top competition. It is a very different Tribe team, but the additional Blur, I think, throws a couple things in the mix that they weren't quite expecting. Having two very, very much main AR-oriented players in both Kings and Blur can make things a little bit complicated for them. So we'll see what they can do. In their second matchup last week, they actually had Cartel subbed out and Jesus subbed in, and that's where they took care of business up against Devious, who looked very solid earlier today. So I'm expecting them to step things up, and I'm fully anticipating they take the win here.
It's going to be a good show match here, and we got 6 Kings with a new name. Last time we saw them here on this stage, they're underneath the title of Risen or Ryzen. So talk to me about the opponents of Simplicity tonight. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to whatever they did to win their opening matchup today. Map 5 winner on ARP, who we all came into today thinking that they were going to be great and they were going to be one of the top teams by the end of it, but this 6 Kings roster find a key win, and now all of a sudden the entire group looks different. And I think my eyes go straight to Mago in the middle, just due to the fact that he has been a huge playmaker in the past. He has the ability to take over and single-handedly win maps for his team, but if this 6 Kings team was able to take a map 5 win versus ARP, my mind seems to think that they have found something that was missing in week number 1, because they looked okay in the hard points to start, but they were definitely lacking on team coordination. That needs to be there today if they want to have a chance versus Simplicity.
They've already been solid in their game 5, picking up a win over ARP to start the day. Let's talk a little bit about the keys to success, though. How do you pull out the dub here against Simplicity?
They started off the day really well, and this is the day that is most important for them, because not only did they have these 2 maps, they have another one later on. So just keep racking up the points. Now you started off really well with that win here in ARP. Now they have to be consistent when it comes to those hard points, because with Simplicity, they're not going to be an easy team to beat.
Bobby, you got Tsunami on the bench here. Does he come in like Jesus does?
I don't think so. I really like Tsunami. I think he's a phenomenal player and wouldn't necessarily be a bad addition, but he is more of an S&D specialist, and obviously you want to have all-around players on this roster. I think, like Shift said, eyes are on Mago. He's on his revenge tour after getting dropped from ARP. Already got a taste of that revenge earlier today. Last week we saw him drop 50+ in the takeoff hardpoint, but his team came up short anyway up against Dice. I'm expecting him to continue to slay out.
And of course, those stats not updated with 6 Kings win earlier today. Shift, who do you give the stats advantage to?
After what we just got in terms of results, I actually kind of favor a little bit more of a competitive series for 6 Kings, because they do play some solid hardpoint. It's just what's going to happen in the search and destroy, because Tunisia did not look particularly good for them last week, and the control was arguably worse, which is never good when you lose 7-1 and then follow up with a 3-0 loss. Simplicity, I think, still own the stats advantage, but there are routes here to where I think 6 Kings could possibly go 2-0 in the day.
Maybe a 1-4-5, another game 5 for the 6 Kings. We'll find out if it's in the cards. This match is just a few moments away from kicking off. Bobby, if I'm looking for a 1v1 throughout this series, give me 2 studs, 2 stars to keep eyes on.
I mean, I think you got to look at the former teammates, Jesus and Mago, going up against each other. Definitely the leaders on their respective squads. And this is 2 former, I guess, overall second place in the West players that are now on opposite sides and going to be facing off to see who can get the better. So I think those are definitely the players to watch for me.
And Beef Mommy, I've got a lot of friends tuning in from the Call of Duty League. They're checking out COD Mobile. Welcome, fam. Real quick, operators are in this game. We see them in the hard point. We see them in control. What's the most important?
The timing. We saw it a while ago in that last matchup when in control, use it too late that it loses you the entire game. So that's the timing that you need to get with the operators and the score streak as well. So yeah, the timing is the #1 thing that all of these people need to do.
I like it. Focus on your timing. Pull it out at the right time. Well, we've got the maps pulled out for us. Let's pull up the graphic and show you all what's about to go down. Remember, best of 5 here, first to 3, and you're going to see hardpoint, search, control, hardpoint, search. Bobby, please, do you like these maps right now?
Looking at the arsenal, I think that's going to be a big-time advantage for Simplicity, no question about it. It's going to be really, really tough for 6 Kings to be able to pull that one out. I think realistically, they might be able to find some plays, throw a couple different looks in the Express, and maybe make things interesting, especially with this being a Simplicity roster that hasn't had their starting 5 together all that long, might be able to catch them off guard. And the raid control, I feel like that's been kind of 50-50 as well today from what we've seen from the North American competition. So I'm mainly looking, at least in the first half, the search and the control for Six Kings to have a chance in this one.
I like that call. And Shift, I got to call this out. We see Express, Standoff, and Raid. This is taking me back to 2013. Is this Black Ops 2? Are these the best maps right now in Call of Duty Mobile?
In Call of Duty, period? Yes, you're absolutely correct. The best maps Call of Duty, period. Now, I think overall, you've got great map pool and in some of the best modes for those particular maps. It is important to note that Standoff as a search and destroy map is only being used as a filler until firing range is technically fixed.
Yep.
So there is that, but I don't think anyone's particularly mad about seeing Standoff at the pool for
me in every game mode. I'm cool with it.
Absolutely. But going off of Bobby kind of talking about the maps and where the win conditions are, I think if you're Six Kings, you're looking at the Express, you're looking at the Hacienda, and you're looking at the map 5. I think that's probably going to have to be win condition here, taking both search and destroys based on that pool, because I agree with you. I think the Arsenal's not exactly good news here for Six Kings based on how Simplicity tends to play hardpoint.
And while we give our players another minute here to get ready and logged into the server, Bobby, real quick, for anyone who missed the format breakdown, where are we at in the season right now, and what is on the line here in the group stages? Because these teams are both looking for that 2-1 record.
Yeah, I mean, this is really where the grit comes down and where we see who the real winners are. I think especially with the momentum that this Six Kings squad has, there's no question that this is going to be more challenging than Simplicity had expected. I think with Six Kings, like I said earlier, kind of widely expected to be a bottom 2, bottom 3 team. The fact that they're able to take down ARP, they're coming into this on a hot start. This is not an even playing ground for this day as it stands right now.
All right, Beef Mommy, Bobby plays, you know what to do. Get over to your desk. And Beef Mommy, this time you're up for the Caster Challenge. I want to know what maps are in your top 5 that were not in Black Ops 2.
Oh my gosh, what? Honestly, I am a Modern Warfare girl, so I love that so much. But when it comes to Black Ops, I don't know, man.
He said favorite top 5 maps that were not in Black Ops 2. Was that the question? I think so.
I was kind of confused when it comes to the question, actually. Oh well.
This is trying not to embarrass myself time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, like what I was saying, like I'm not really a Black Ops girl. I am a Modern Warfare.
I'm gonna go Hacienda.
What? You just hear the what?
Call of Duty was my first Call of Duty. I'm sorry.
We're gonna make it up to you, I promise. Here, don't worry. Papa,
Wait, I said,
okay.
I'm sorry. I misspoke because it's 3 a.m. Call of Duty Mobile was my first Call of Duty. My brain's only functioning at like 5%.
I was gonna say it's 3 in the morning.
I didn't play Black Ops 2. I apologize. I know that that's a sin in the Call of Duty community, but
it's okay. I'm here with you, buddy. Now we're starting things off where we get to see a hot start coming in from the Six Kings. And now it is for Simplicity. They need to find a way to stop that momentum, knowing very well that they chose, I feel like this is their map choice. Arsenal is honestly the best case scenario for them.
yeah, I would say no question about it. They and overall, they've got the experience to be able to, even if they're having a bad map, take this series. I think the Tribe matchup that we saw last week, more than anything, showed us how strong Tribe was and how we had kind of underestimated them coming into this. So I think Simplicity realistically should still be a top 3 team in North America. I think their matchup versus DICE is going to be a really, really interesting one, because I think that's a battle that we're likely going to see come down to be a little bit closer than either of those teams versus Tribe or Luminosity. But honestly, with the way that Luminosity has been looking shaky, Simplicity versus them could be good too.
I was about to say, like, we keep on hyping up Luminosity in that ARP game, and the fact that ARP kind of kept it close, they still lost it, yes. It just goes for the fact that Luminosity looks very shaky. We don't know who is the true top 2. Tribe right now looks very solid at the moment here in day 2 of NA, but the question is, who's going to be that top 2, top 3 right now? And I feel like it's the Simplicity versus Six Kings match that could definitely show us who has it here today.
Yeah, no question about it. It's, I feel like we're still in the proving ground stage a little bit. We're not quite to where we were in Europe, where we feel like, okay, we definitely know, like, this is top 3, this is middle of the road, this is bottom tier teams. There's still a lot to be proven here in North America. And definitely a bigger match than I had anticipated for it to be coming into today, because I figured ARP was going to be a shoo-in against Six Kings. I also didn't know that they were going to be playing while we were casting the other matches as well. So I'm just being caught off guard left and right. But it's definitely made for a fun and exciting match to look forward to for our last match of the night.
And since you did bring up the EU region, where every single match you do get 4 every single day, so they do have a longer format. And I feel like you mentioned it, I think you or Shift mentioned it a while ago, the format being 7 games a day could be a detriment to a lot of teams that are not performing during that particular day. But we do get to see Six Kings absolutely utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why you got to be on your A game every single day. So we'll see if they can step up here as we get ready for this one. Still waiting for our players to get everything situated, but I think we should be good to go for our final match of the night, Six Kings versus Simplicity. And the Arsenal has always been it's one that we're still kind of getting used to with it being the newest addition into the hardpoint map pool.
Definitely. And speaking of Arsenal and who is going to step up in this matchup for Simplicity, that is Jesus Saves. This is the map that he dropped 38 kills and got 2 minutes on the hill time. So you need to shut down a player like that if you're going to be Six Kings. But so far though, as we do get to see the early setup from both of these teams. I mean, without the minimap, it's going to be difficult to see, but it's going to be Simplicity trying to go in there early on.
Yep, absolute chaos. There's smokes galore. Blur contact through the smoke, but Jesus Saves, gets himself a feed off the start. Nice little 3-piece vibing from the high ground, able to take down 1. King's looking to block down the back side. Raft slides on through. Definitely has become known as one of the movement gods of the North American competitive scene. But Mago breaks through himself, and nice little feed 3 for him. It's going to be Six Kings finding that initial hardpoint control.
But right now, they need to get rid of Cartels, which is going to be in by that vents area, and you wouldn't want to have a player like that having that power position. Also, you need to have a hold of that blue as well, blue window that kind of connects through batteries and that rotation into P2. So far, though, it's still going to be a back and forth with 8 seconds left on the clock, still an open hardpoint, and still going to be contested by both of these teams. This is what we like to see, not a moment wasted. And now the rotation, though. Let's see who's going to be first, because so far, I think it's still going to be Simplicity having a hold of those spots.
It is, but Losty with tower control could make some noise, and he does. He finds 2 before getting traded out by Cartels. He's going to be able to pick up 2 right there. Simplicity off to the solid start. Blur looking to lock down the top side. He is yet to find a kill for himself, and he is still having a rough go of it. Perfectly exposed, but can't seem to find anything. Right now, vibing, looking for the pinch. Lethal's the one to get hopped up right here. 2 players left to deal with on the bottom side. Blur from down below, finally going to be able to find kill number 1. Fortunately for him, the rest of his teammates firing on all cylinders.
Simplicity having a better time here, knowing very well where to spawn off to, what kind of positioning you want to get. But it is going to be Six Kings going in there for that early rotation, because it is going to be absolutely far. And now this is the farthest rotation you actually have here in any kind of hardpoint map, from P2 to P3. And now garden control is going to be essential for both of these teams.
Right now, Simplicity have built on this big time, but it's Six Kings rotated early for what is likely to be a big value hardpoint. Lethal gonna get spotted out right there. I thought he saw him before the previous peak, but just like that, Simplicity have locked in those bottom side spawns, and they're gonna be able to push up, and that is a quick break as they make light work of the Six Kings squad on the hard point.
I mean, Six Kings went in there for the early rotation, but unfortunately for them, not able to actually anchor down the more favorable spawns. That's gonna be right side spawn by Garden. So Simplicity gets to those spawns, gets the points down. Mago tries to go in there for the contest, wins that gunfight, but the smoke just not giving them a little bit of an advantage here when it comes to those sightlines.
Cartel's holding that cross as long as he can. 4 in the feed for Simplicity. They continue to rack up the time and open up the map for those OBJ players to start pushing out. 3 straight as Blur trying to cut off a couple of those last players, looking to find scrap time, and Cartels is going to be there to pick it up himself anyway. Finally, a solid feed for 6 Kings. We have not even headed back to P1, and they already find themselves down by 100. Jesus saves Pred on their head, and he is sitting on 15 already.
My goodness, it's just a solid Predator usage coming in from Jesus. Just cuts that rotation here to P4. But we do get to see that 6 Kings already having that control, and the tower control definitely going to be important for those long-range engagements. So far, though, Simplicity try to go in there from the front side, tries to go in there for the 4-man push, but does get stopped when it comes to those stuns. Mago gets a big 3K, just eliminates a majority of the Simplicity players trying to go in there for that right side, but Jesus saves, go in from window, wins a lot of the engagements there, but still not enough for 6 Kings to try and defend this well.
Somebody get Mago some help. He's sitting on 17. Lethal has 2. Somebody get in the objective with him. My man's trying to do it all. Simplicity, just a better team at every turn right now, even with the struggles that Blur has had. They have still looked better at every turn. Raph going to be able to find another one as he sits on 3. They're perfectly set up over here on P5 as they're looking to close this one out as early as they possibly can, but who else but Mago to find the push on through?
I'm gonna say Mago doing everything that he can to try and contest, and the gunfights being won on his end just allowed them to get control finally, even though that Simplicity was able to go in there for that early rotation off to P5, but Lethal gonna be in a really good spot, but unfortunately Kings does spot him. He could have been in a really cheeky spot to eliminate the players coming in from Garden, and now it's still Simplicity. Good contest from their end.
Ooh, nice nade from Blur, takes down Vibin. Mago hops on the objective again. It seems like every time he breaks on through, his teammates on the OBJ just immediately get obliterated, and he's forced to find another route on back. Blur popping out the BK-57. Not the weapon I was expecting to see in COD Mobile Stage 4. He's somehow gonna take down Losty with it, though. I guess if it works, make some use of it. Right now, Simplicity giving away a little bit of that lead. Solid hold by 6 Kings right there, largely at the hands of Mago's slaying. But right now, they are in need of a break back in. Utility going to be crucial, and Jesus, big shots through the flashbang.
Lethal, though, able to go in there for the trade, and now it's going to be blue into the favor of 6 Kings. And we saw that a while ago. This was a pretty heavily contested hill, something that we would expect for P1, a pretty open hill, but Jesus saves power position, gets window control, goes in there for the contest, and just like that, we do get to see a back and forth from both of these teams down. But again, it's just Legacy getting those kills and just 6 Kings winning this gunfight.
I mean, I don't know what's happening in Simplicity right now, but they have not been able to find any openings here on P1. Cartel's completely out of the equation, and they have just gotten shut down at every turn as the feed has been all blue so far through here. Not pretty shots out of Cartels either. Lethal hops up and gives away an audio cue. That should be an easy kill for Raph. So they lock in the top side, get the early setup, but Vibin might be able to spot one out of position. It's going to be Cartels finding the opener, and Simplicity need to get this lead back into control.
This is where Simplicity got a lot of the points down, and it's a good thing that they shut down that pinch from the mid control. So far, though, with 6 Kings, they were kind of getting a lot of the points in P1. I'm kind of surprised that Simplicity just kind of gave it away, the scrap points, into favor of 6 Kings. And hello, no one's going to be on that hard point. It's been open for so long, and finally Simplicity goes and steps on it.
Oh, Mago not going to be able to stay alive in the hard point that time. Simplicity finally an opportunity to build back on the lead that they've seen disappear so quickly. Raph not looking to tell that anytime soon. He's going to sit back in the objective, and right now Jesus locking in the front side, has those gunfights to win. He does exactly that. So Simplicity lock in the final 30 seconds. And a foot race on over to P3 is underway once again. Couple players set up early for Six Kings. But right now it looks like it's Simplicity in position to lock in spawns.
They are in position for the spawns, yes, and also they're winning when it comes to those rotational gunfights. And AORAF just making so many big kills. Gets that gunfight in mid, cuts that rotation from Six Kings, and not just that, has that hunter-killer drone to play with, and now it's still going to be Six Kings on the point, but for how long will it take, as 3 players from Simplicity are going to be by garden side?
Nice double kill from Rap, pushes up right there. Kings pops the Annihilator as well, and it looks like that should be enough to lock in the spawns, but it's actually Six Kings spawning down below. Mago hits the flank right there, trying to find another, but his former teammate Jesus shuts him down. Another big feed for Simplicity is every time Six Kings want to break their way back into this one, Simplicity are there with a return fire. Cartels, War Machine ready to go. As right now they push across the map and look to see if they can go ahead and win things on P4.
Simplicity did a good job with rotating early here in P5, but Six Kings, it was the Mago show here in this hill. He was able to kind of just win a lot of the gunfights by himself and allowing the rest of his team to go in there later on. But now as we go set up for P4, again, it was going to be Six Kings for that early rotation here. Again, we saw that Mago had huge kills from that front side of the map, but looking like they're just going in for full utility here, bringing out all the operators.
Wasted War Machine for Cartels. Legacy's got one, or rather a Purifier to work with. Players hopping up through window as well, so Kings is gonna farm some kills, but not gonna really open an avenue for them to push into the objective. Legacy spots out one, but solid team shots out of Simplicity squad to get things shut down, and it's still in their control, just haven't been able to build the lead in a dominant way. But it looks like this final break on in should be able to set up one final push. But as I say that, 4, make it 5 straight in the feed for Six Kings, and these boys just will not go away.
And the late clock coming in from Vibin doesn't really get much utility because you only have a few seconds left here, and you have to go set up for next, where you know that Simplicity just wins a lot of their gunfights. Raf brings out the Purify, but does get shut down. Mago, huge gunfight to be won.
Jesus can save you, drops a double kill right there, and that might be enough to open up the hard point. Kings on the outside, not going to be able to find that second kill. And Six Kings somehow find a way to break back into the hard point once again. Mago with 35 to his name, but Simplicity have made their way back in. And right now all down to Mago, but he gets traded out. Now only 9 seconds needed. And it looks like Simplicity gonna be able to edge them out, barring a miracle out of the Six Kings.
He just saves with the claw, wants to end it already, and there you go. It was kind of the signs of life from Six Kings, but it's just mainly because of one player. It was Mago just dealing a lot of the damage, and everyone else just needed to kind of catch up. And I think for their end, only just one player, you cannot just rely on that one person.
Yeah, and it seemed like the teamwork was very solid, but Lethal was lagging behind big time. He finished with 15 kills or something like that. And once again, it's a team esport. You gotta be bringing your A game with all 5 players, and it just didn't seem like Six Kings quite had that. Next, getting ready for the search and destroy. Realistically, we didn't think there was much of a chance that they would be able to take that first hardpoint map anyway, so the series not over by any stretch of the imagination. There were definitely shaky points in it for Simplicity. I think especially the struggles with Blur, obviously trying to adjust to a different team, a different role, still looking to get going, but the rest of the squad was definitely on point. And you can see for Simplicity, just consistency across the board that was not there for Six Kings.
Cartels, 1 minute on the hill time. Jesus saves 149, and you know he wants to be that OBJ player. He can definitely get a lot of that. And also when it comes to those kills, every single time, only Blur is actually going to be on a neutral standing ground when it comes to those kills on the side of this team. So Simplicity looking super solid right now in this hard point, and that pick of Arsenal, I feel like was a really smart move for them.
Yeah, no question about it. There were 2 players going double negative for that Six Kings squad. So those guys have got to bounce back, getting ready to head into the Search and Destroy Express. Obviously one that's still newer to a lot of the players, but you've had enough time to be able to get the reps in, and they're going to be looking to see if they can make Simplicity pay. I think, once again, you got to have eyes on Mago. Pretty phenomenal sniper, and you would anticipate that he's going to play a big role on this map as well.
Now, it makes me curious as to how Six Kings was able to beat ARP a while ago. Was it in the SNDs or which game it is, which map? But I'm really dying for that later on. But when it comes to the performance right now of Six Kings, looking very shaken that hard point. But like what we know, you still have 2 more chances to try and flip things around. And in that SND, I'm just glad that Tunisia's off the map for them, because that is their worst map so far. And Meltdown being part of the, Express rather being part of the pool, I feel like was their pick, because they know that Simplicity lost it up against Tribe 3-7. But it is a Tribe Gaming that is the number 1 team right now so far.
They are, but Simplicity did not look strong at all on that one. I would say of all the maps that they played, that was probably the one that they looked the weakest. And I think we'll see whether or not the Simplicity roster has put in the work to look at the VODs and see where those mistakes are coming through, because ultimately that's what's going to separate the good teams from the great teams in this competition. Definitely a lot of room for improvement. Not quite sure what to expect out of Six Kings on this one, like we said, but definitely a solid map pick, I would say.
And for Simplicity, like when it comes to the players that needs to step up, Blur is the person that stepped up here in this Express map. He had 3 first bloods that definitely could change the tide of a game, and he's able to utilize that 13 kills for him. So if he's able to replicate what happened in that Tribe game, I feel like that is a good starting point for this team. Again, this is going to be very difficult for Six Kings because they haven't played here yet. So that's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah. No question about it. Obviously, eyes on the snipers for both sides. It's been interesting because Jesus Can Save You, for the longest time, was known as like the go-to main sniper for whatever squad he was on. But he's been in a little bit more of a flexible role, especially with him being one of the SMG players. Not something we necessarily always see him do, and not necessarily something the squad may need him to do, just depending on what the map requires. So we'll see what he's going to be doing for them on map 1, but it looks like we are good to go here in map number 2.
All right. Express could be really, really quick here. It can steamroll out of control. And now Simplicity going in for the defensive side and Six Kings going in for the attack. It really is a matter of vibing if they can open up that space for his team.
Lethal gets pushed up. Does find the opener. It's Chaos over on the B side. Who will come out on top? It's not Six Kings. Mago, 1 HP. Trying to play his life here against the 2 remaining Simplicity players. Mago's going to cross. And it looks like not going to be able to spot out anybody. Blur in the top side. Going to play a cheeky angle, and you got 2 snipers remaining to go up against an SMG.
I like the player from Simplicity. You just got to play your angles right. They do have the snipers. They have the advantage of that range. And now for Mago, needs to find a way to retrieve the bomb, but wants to clear out the angles first, looking like wants to go through arrivals. But you get to see that Kings actually has that spot, down spots Mago. And that is a situation that you do not want to be in. Mago needs to find a way to retrieve the bomb. 55 seconds left on the clock.
He's got all the time in the world, and I think especially if you know there's a sniper set up in the top side, why not just
pick up the bomb?
Okay. Well, that ends the round quickly. Simplicity take the first as both snipers strike. Good Lord, I should have had a second cup of coffee.
Bro, it's 3:22 in the morning right now. But the gameplay is keeping us awake, keeping us alive, and what a way to start off your first opening round. Simplicity gets that first pick, but Legacy gets 1 kill, so that evens it out just a tiny bit. Legacy goes down, and it's still chaotic here in mid.
2 for 2 trades off the start. Lethal bomb in hand. That is a big time overpeak out of Vibin, and Blur's going to make you pay every time off of that one. All the way down to Lethal early in this one. And looking like another quick round. They didn't want to peek? You heard the shots? No? So never mind. Give Blur the opportunity. See if he can find the kill. Yes, he can. Simplicity off to a hot start in this one.
And if you're Six Kings, when you're going there aggressive in through Bravo, you know it's not working out for you. You need to get that information first, play your utility, get that information from that util with how many players from Simplicity are going to be there. Either that or go for Alpha. And now, speaking of going for Alpha, but they almost forgot the bomb. Losty finally retrieves it. And now that actually gives Simplicity enough time to kind of just reevaluate and possibly go in there for that pinch. But that player number 3, that's Jesus Can Save, is so deep into departure that could actually get a kill.
Oh, he doesn't see Losty right there. Nearly finds a kill anyway. That was a little bit closer than need be, but you find the flanker, you do damage. Still got to deal with Blur in the top side, likely peeking through one of those nasty little angles toward the B side. Raph gonna be able to take down Legacy and equalize into a 4v4.
This is the best case scenario for Six Kings, where everyone else from Simplicity a little bit far away. The only person that could deal some damage is Blur, but he is going to be smoked out. Nade perfectly cooked, but it's still going to be planted right now. Six Kings kind of going for that post-plant setup right now, and now it's time against Simplicity.
Blur's gonna go ahead and hop out. Mago, likely first encounter right here. I don't think he sees his shoulder. No. Blur's gonna push all the way across. Now he's gotta win the sniper battle onto Lethal up in the top side. Lethal's gonna take him down. Mago finds another, and with that, it should be an opportunity for Six Kings to take the round. But 2 kills for Raph, the 3rd for Kings. He hops the bomb in time, and that's round number 3 for Simplicity.
What seemed like a solid defensive setup coming in from Six Kings after that post-plant. Simplicity just found a way, especially with that R9. Raph with those huge kills. Doesn't really matter. The clock was against them. And it's just really mechanical skills at this point. Right now, Simplicity just showing a masterclass when it comes to that.
Well, they don't want to run into the train right there, so they're going to opt for a absolute bloodbath over here on the B side. They're forced all the way back, and they lose a player in the process. Exactly what Simplicity had hoped out of that encounter, and you get Raph pushed way up into their side as well. Should be a freebie for him, but he's sniffed out by Losty. Vibin finds one onto Blur, and the rough start for Six Kings is quickly regained.
It's just a matter of where they decide to go in for the plant. That's player number 3 that could give that information that, okay, Alpha's gonna be free. Maybe we can go plant here. Possibly just spot that one player. That's going to be Kings on the snipe, but seems like that B commit still might be in the option. Losty spots YKRM, good in hand. Possibility to get that second one. No, it's not going to be good. Kings with a fast quick scope. Huh.
Well, he just gets traded out quickly right there. Six Kings finally find around here in the Express Search and Destroy. They bounce back. It was definitely an unorthodox one, but whatever you got to do to find the win. Losty with the KRM. Definitely an opportunity to play some cheeky angles inside ticket.
Most definitely, especially when you're trying to go up against Raph with the R9. So that is a good response coming in from Six Kings. So we like to see those. Bomb carrier, though, in a really tight spot. If he does get spotted by that one player, and Jesus saves, gets the first blood. Losty with the trade. Now the bomb carrier needs to go in there for the pickup, but Blur takes him out. And like what we mentioned already, the bomb carrier was a little bit too far away from his teammates, and now the bomb in a really bad position.
Well, Blur up in the top side, still has an ability to make life miserable for Six Kings. Has got to get dealt with only 2 players remaining.
The enemy has the bomb.
Gonna be tough. They pick up the bomb right here. Make their way on up toward the bomb site, but there's a shotgun waiting for you on the opposite side of that wall. Mago gonna be able to spot out 1. Still 3 players to make it 2 left to deal with, and Blur is there, Deagle in hand, as Simplicity extend the lead back out to 3.
I love how Raph just plays just those tight corners like you should when you have a shotgun in hand. And Simplicity just doing a good job at not even over-aggressing, just getting those picks, being really patient. And Six Kings just kind of paid the price for putting the bomb carrier a little bit too far off. And now, just one player going in there deep. It's Mago. Tried to go in there for the infiltration, but Kings just punishes him.
It's been interesting seeing how quickly Kings has made this transition to the sniper role, but definitely making a big impact already. And there's Blur, the other sniper, able to pick off Lethal. Just like that. Man advantage. Lost the bomb in hand, but he's content to lurk in the corridors. He's got a shotgun waiting for him if he looks to make a push over toward that B side.
I mean, this play coming in from Six Kings is kind of putting a lot of question marks right now. You send just one player, try to get that information in mid, and once he goes down, that could have given the Simplicity, okay, it could be a B hit, but they were still so passive in spawn that allowed Raph to actually go in there pretty deep. And now, again, a B push though, both of these teams, but Cartels wins a gunfight, bomb is gonna go down.
I don't know how he won that one. Flashbang over top, does connect on to Kings, traded out immediately, and once again, it's going to be Simplicity with the life advantage. Blur takes down Vibin, and just slowly picking apart this Six Kings squad at every turn. They'll now have an opportunity to head over to the offensive side.
Now let's see what Six Kings can do being on the defense. Full three-man push actually coming in from Simplicity on that end. Gonna be greeted by just one player. Two players still remain here in Arrivals, and it's still going to be Simplicity with the first frags.
First three frags, for a matter of fact. Lossy's gonna try to get aggressive right here, makes him pay for one, but immediately traded out, and now all down to Vibin. Sniper in hand, and I don't see the Simplicity players peeking off these angles anytime soon. Does take down Blur, but still so little time with the amount of distance that he's got to traverse right here. And it would take a colossal collapse for Simplicity, but the collapse has begun. Flashbang goes across, Raph is in position, and now Simplicity are the ones in position to shut this one down in only 8 rounds.
And with Six Kings in that defensive setup, there was so much reluctance. I don't know why those two players just stayed there by Arrivals, where only one person actually went in there for that Bravo defense. And a lot of these reluctance, a lot of the time, they pay for the price. And now Simplicity chose to go in through Train, trying to go in for that A site instead. Raph not gonna commit here, puts down the trophy first though. Needs to make sure that it's gonna be clear, and so far the plant is gonna go down.
Kings on flank watch right now. Collapse has begun for Six Kings. Getting pushed in right here. Blur's going to be able to find the opener. Shotguns galore on the inside of Train. Lethal spotted out. Mago doing the best that he can to try to clutch up in this round. He's going to be able to find 2, but it's still only enough to even it into a 3v3, and you got to deal with Raph on the inside of the Train. King's going to take him down. And with that, should be enough time for Simplicity to sit back, but 2 players picked, all down to Kings. Legacy gonna try to hop the bomb right here. Will he have enough time? I think he hopped off it a little too soon, and right now Kings should be able to take him down. Missed the initial shot, but hits the follow-up. And Simplicity take the 2-0 lead.
That was big coming in from Kings, man. I mean, he was all so close to being Vagued at that point. I'm getting war flashbacks at that moment that Vague didn't take that shot when he was up in tower, right? So it's a good thing. Shots connected. I feel like if he was half a second late, it would have been a win coming in from Six Kings. But it's just a masterclass right now from Simplicity, just showing everyone that they have just went back to the drawing board. They did their adjustments up against that Tribe Gaming team, and they learned their lesson. Everything was nice. Everything was set up, and they were capitalizing on Six Kings and their mistakes.
Yeah, no question. The snipers looked absolutely phenomenal at every turn, and realistically, just very few misses outside maybe that first shot in the last round for Kings. He and Blur lead the way, combined for 20 kills. And once again, Lethal really struggling for Six Kings. Just, it's difficult to win 4v5 in this competition, let alone do it against one of the top 3 teams.
And I think in that round, Kings had 4 kills. It's just hard to just do something like that, to stop a force like that when your sniper isn't really doing much work for you and you're supposed to create that space for your team. But there was no response at all. I didn't really see much utility usage coming in from Six Kings. There was so much reluctance when it comes to both defense and offense that it makes me question that I feel like Control might be a fast one at this point.
I hate to say it, but I think you might be right. We got Crossroads Strike? Yeah, this is one that definitely...
No, it's Raid.
It's Raid.
Yeah,
okay.
it's Raid.
Well, the Raid is not going to snowball as quickly, so maybe a little bit of a better chance for Six Kings. Obviously, I feel like we kind of got to throw the offense-defense narrative out the window. I feel like there's no side advantage anymore.
We're going to forget about that, especially that last game that you guys casted. But this makes me question, how did Six Kings beat ARP? Is Simplicity just that good? Everything is kind of just jumbled up right now, but
Simplicity are that good.
Yeah, they are that good.
And ARP are not
ARP
really
just not that good. It makes me think, is Luminosity even good?
That's my answer.
I love this. This is the drama that we want here in NA, but we're going to start things off with Simplicity on the defense and Six Kings on the offense. Lethal still sticking to that sniper. Will try to connect when it comes to it. Does deal a little bit of damage though, as it's still going to be Six Kings going in for the earlier objective here in Alpha.
All right. Couple early kills. Blur, nasty shot on the mug. Oh, I was about to say, Vibin, you can't let him take you down right there. They get pushed on the A objective early. Solid progress here. Holding that life advantage as well, and it looks like Simplicity were not ready for this initial push. Gonna be able to take a couple of those lives, but not gonna be able to stop that A capture. And Legacy, the OBJ man, big plays right here as Blur finally starting to fire back for Simplicity.
Man, and because the Legacy, he just could not be stopped, but could not go for the third tick of progress. But it's a good thing that Vibin is going to be right there. Kings, though, applying that pressure down. It's a 2v1 here in Alpha, and if you're going to be Six Kings, you go step on it when it comes to that B push. You only have to worry about that one player down, and the third tick of progress, rather, not going to be able to be finished, though. As I feel like that pressure in Alpha, once they started losing, probably should have rotated fast into B.
No question about it. You want to get that last tick locked in. They're not going to be able to do it right here. Now the life lead has formed for Simplicity, and Blur is just making them pay. Absolutely bullying through the smoke, no less. Another one. He's going to take down Legacy. This is the only POV I want. Lethal finally stops him. But a one-man wrecking crew as that life lead for Six Kings disappeared so fast.
The wrecking ball of Simplicity, my goodness. This guy was on a 4 spree. And not just that, was able to get rid of that third tick of progression. And also, you can see the life disparity right now, 15-6. And now Six Kings has no progress whatsoever in Bravo, where they could have had that opportunity a while ago in that early game. And Simplicity has a really good defensive setup right now for B.
All right. Well, 11 life lead. Realistically, no hope for Six Kings in this one, despite the strong start that they had. Cartel's going to pick 2, maybe 3. And just like that, all down to Lethal. He's going to get spotted out right there. That was a round that started off shaky and then went sideways quickly for Six Kings.
Complete 180. I mean, that was a hot start. They were able to get the fast second tick of progress, almost getting that third, and everyone else was kind of chilling by gallery, trying to find a way to, are we going to go for Bravo, or are we going to be going defending for A? And you cannot have that reluctance here, and so far we've seen that in that S&D, and looking like in this control as well. Now, fast push coming in from Simplicity, going in for a more traditional outlook coming in for Bravo, as the fight for mid is definitely going to be more in towards the favor of Six Kings, though.
King started that round on a goose egg, but immediately bounces back with the 2 opening kills, and now it looks like the spawn trap may be underway shortly. Jesus is going to get shut down right there, and Simplicity not getting overly aggressive right here, which I like, because I think we see a lot of teams see the opportunity to set up the spawn trap, absolutely full send it, and then commit a lot of utility with no real return on investment. Gravity Vortex right there. How is Losty not
dead?
How did the Gravity Vortex not
no
suck it?
idea.
I don't... That didn't make any sense to me, but fortunately for Six Kings, they benefit from it. Lethal finally starting to fire back right here and have a little snipe off with Kings.
Life lead slowly getting lost by Simplicity right now, and it's just a misplay of that Gravity Vortex, the misplay of those Hunter-Killer drones. There was 2 on the sky and got nobody. And right now, they're trying to go in for that pool control, but you see play number 3, Mago trying to go from Zig, trying to get those informations down, and also that mid control is going to be important. He does win those. Only 3 lives in between them, but a minute on the clock, and Simplicity can just play for picks, especially with their snipers.
What is Vyman doing? I don't know if he's making hand signals or something, but if you're Simplicity, you will gladly take it. Now up 5 lives right here. So gonna make your way over to that A objective. Raph pushes, gets that solid kitchen control, but Sparrow fires back. Mago trying to go big right here. Hasn't had quite the same game number 3 as he did in the first couple. He fires back, but Cartels is there and a little bit more accurate with it. Able to find one with MW11. And now that life lead has built along with some early control over here on A.
And it's a good thing that Simplicity was able to just kind of control Kitchen and Money Room as well. An essential defensive setup for Six Kings, but Mago unfortunately goes down. That just allows the life to just tumble so quickly. Jesus save. Speaking of, winning a lot of the gunfights here. Just 1 versus 9 and second tick of progress already done here. And this should be done and easy for Simplicity. Gonna be up 2-0, and not just that one more round to win this up against Six Kings.
I know Six Kings took the win against ARP, but they simply look outmatched right now across the board. The gun skill, the rotations, the team push is just so much better for this Simplicity squad. They've got an opportunity to win this one in 3. Lethal opens things up with a kill onto Kings. Legacy spots one over the top. No kills for either player quite yet. Lethal finally doing some damage with that sniper in hand. A little bit of operator investment here, as well as Cartels looking to sniff out one more. Still got to deal with Mago up in that top laundry side as Vibin picks up another.
And now Six Kings, pretty good setup right now coming in from Bravo. So far, they're going to be taking that first tick of progress down. Still good when it comes to the lives as well. And they're going to be having this Bravo for free, except if Cartel's going to try to go and infiltrate. But a 3v1 situation happening right now in Gallery. They may be able to stop any kind of rotation after Six Kings actually gets this Bravo flag, and they finally do. So that is going to be signs of life, the best performance we've seen from Six Kings so far. And now what they have to do is win those rotational gunfights. And are you going to go for that kitchen control? Because that's going to be important. Legacy, though, with the Purifier, has a possibility to apply a lot of damage here.
Only up 2 kills and trying to capture the A side that they've had significantly more difficulty with. This is still not looking great for Six Kings. They're likely going to have to invest some operators right here if they want to be able to make the push across. And I'm not sure that they know that Blur is on the outside of Cabana right now waiting. We'll see if he's able to get the better of Mago. He is not, and that opening kill could be the doorway that Six Kings are looking for. Vibin's going to be able to find one onto Raph as well. And Jesus spots out Mago on the low ground, but you can't allow them to get too much time locked in here. 2 players to watch the top side. Cartel somehow staying alive, but you've got to deal with that 1 player on the objective, and finally Lethal taken down.
My goodness, I mean, they were trying to go in for that kitchen control, and Money Room Cartels was being so pesky here in mid. And we already know that kitchen control is going to be essential to try to capture that alpha flag. Legacy goes in there for the shots, finally wins it. Has to worry about 1 more player, that's going to be Raph. But with 2 players here, you'd expect that they go in there together, but no. Vibin still loses that gunfight.
Call him a movement god for a reason. Raph just making life miserable for the Six Kings, and now pops the Purifier. It actually goes to waste right there. And an opportunity, a glimmer of hope for Six Kings to stay in this one. It's going to be 1 snipe for Blur. Connects onto Mago. Jesus takes one down as well. Jesus going to get spotted out, but Legacy doesn't want to overpeak. So now he's forced back, and time very much becoming an issue.
Where's the info? You already know that Jesus Saves is already going to be there by Pizza, and you still are able to get rid of him. He still gets those kills. Where's the comms? There were 2 people that were just walking past him, and now it's 2 lives to 6 where you could have had it, and just 2 operators that you could have used. A 1v5 situation, and looking like this is not going to be doable for Mago to try and clutch up.
All right, well, unfortunate for the Six Kings as we have yet another 3-0 to finish out the night. And Simplicity definitely asserting themselves as one of the top teams still in North America. And you got to think with Jesus Can Save You back in the starting lineup, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable with where they stand.
That is confidence right there. We'd like to see it from Simplicity, and this team looks super solid right now. I feel like they're on the road to becoming that top 3 team or even top 2-3 here for NA, but it is just a question of 6 Kings as to where they at this competition, because so far it has been 50-50. Yes, you had such a high when it comes to getting rid of ARP, winning those games, but this is such a tremendous loss coming in from them as well.
Yeah, I think it shows you that despite the fact that NA is definitely very talented, there's definitely a sizable skill gap between the top and the bottom. And even with ARP maybe not being quite what we expected, it also shows how good these top rosters are. So Simplicity stepping things up. Chris, one more final 3-0 to close out the night.
Yeah, didn't see another 3-0 coming, but I did see Blur popping off. I saw it in the future. Didn't think it was with the sniper rifle, though. Ridiculous stuff there in the game 3. And you can see the stats. Jesus Saves, comes in, leads his team to more success. Blur right behind him, the whole team chiming in. What was your takeaway from this series, Beef Mommy? Is Jesus Saves the guy you need in this roster from here on out?
Jesus took the wheel in this one.
I like that.
Performed so well in every single game mode. He was on point. Everyone else too was really on point. So again, we're looking at you, Jesus. He was a really good pickup for this team, so I'm really impressed.
Impressive 6-man coming in and gives his team back-to-back dubs, as you're now going to see Simplicity in the hunt for a top 3 spot. We got to update the leaderboard here in just a moment, but Alan, you and I were watching in the green room, and we were kind of blown away by the talent on this team. Is there one player to watch moving forward? Is this a team effort? What do we need to see if Simplicity is maybe going to knock down a squad like Tribe or Luminosity?
I don't think this Simplicity team can look to the future and say that this one player has to pop off for us to win. I think this has to be a collective 5-man effort from here on out, because I think that we see a good amount of surprise from the players that maybe don't necessarily always demand the spotlight. But since adding in Jesus Can Save You, it's really turned this squad around, and I think that's a collective thing. Sure, we saw some great individual moments from him. We saw some unbelievable snipes out of Blur.
Yep.
But I think it's the thing about this squad is that they're very dynamic. You've got Blur who can pop into things like a Holger. He can also pop up the sniper rifle and be a major threat. I also think King's had a great series outside of him not having to do much in that control. So that's, I think, one of the things that you look at and you say, yes, we trust the system, not an individual, to be our win condition day in and day out.
Yeah, Kings at one point had 0 kills.
He was just hanging out, dude.
6 minutes into the game. Still gets the dub. Congratulations, Simplicity. Now 2-1 is going to be tied there for 3rd place. And remember, as we look back on today, there were a lot of close matches. Now, the end result, few 3-0s, but that first match, I think, is the stellar match of the day. LG versus Devious. Bobby, we were kind of shocked that Devious was able to give LG the run they did.
Yeah, no question about it. And realistically, that could have been a Devious series winner at least a map 5. Multiple small decisions that stacked up in a big way to go the favor of LG, but man, Devious looked really, really solid right there. And that's a roster full of talent that I've expected for a while. Had the potential to do big things. I'm excited to see if they can continue to build on what they have.
It was a fantastic showing from Tribe against Limited. You see another win for DICE as they took down ARP, and now ARP and Limited at the bottom of that leaderboard. Everyone else still very much in the mix. Let's get the final thoughts here on day 2 of NA, starting with you, Alan. What do you take away?
I am pumped to see an LG Tribe matchup, because LG is not looking as convincing for a second time out than we would have liked to have seen, whereas Tribe have really taken the conversation in my mind. And then I think between Devious, DICE, and Simplicity, all 3 of those teams have top 4 caliber, the gameplay built into their system.
Devious or Simplicity or DICE, who do you think is the 3rd best team behind Luminosity and Tribe right now?
Realistically, I think still Simplicity. I think the combination of talent and the skill and the leadership that they have is going to be more than enough to carry them to that. I think Devious can make some noise, but I think they're going to have a tough time with DICE as well. So I'm going to go, despite how strong Devious looked today, probably Simplicity, DICE, Devious.
Beef Mommy, the competition is getting tight. We are nearing the end here of the NA region. Looking forward, what do you want to see from the remaining teams?
We're already halfway there, and this is a do-or-die situation for the teams who are trying to make it into that top 4 to try and get into the playoffs. So one thing that these bottom bracket teams need to really worry about is you don't have enough time. You need to find that pressure, because if you don't adapt that quick, you're going to get eaten up. We saw it a while ago in ARP. We thought they're going to be good, but it's not going to work out for them.
Not going to work out. Get your stuff together and fix it right now. It's game time. Thank you all for tuning in. They're kicking me off air. But before you go, make sure you follow all of the social media channels. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and, of course, follow my crew. We got Beef Mom, Bobby Plays, I Hold Shift, I'm MLG Puckett, and I'm not done. We got more broadcasts coming your way. EU still in the books. We got NA, more games coming as well. We'll see you again here for another round of Call of Duty Mobile. It's the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thanks for watching.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.